And welcome back to Regaining the Balance. This is Matt. I'm going to continue reading the Vijiiana bhairava, or Divine Consciousness, Treasury of 112 Types of Yoga. It sounds like the sound is good, so we are just going to go and jump right into this here. So, turn that off. Here we go. All right, without further ado, continuing, verse 43. If in one's body one contemplates over sunya, spatial vacuity, in all directions simultaneously, i.e. without succession, without any thought construct, he experiences vacuity all around and is identified with the vast expanse of consciousness. Note, two conditions are laid down for this contemplation, vis-a-vis one, the contemplation on the void in all directions has to be done simultaneously, and the mind has to be stilled completely. If the yogi succeeds in fulfilling these two conditions, he will attain the sunya plane, to the plane of absolute void in which all differences and distinctions are totally absent. Verse 44, Dharana 21, says, he who contemplates simultaneously on the void above and the void at the base becomes, with the aid of the energy that is independent of the body, void-minded, i.e. completely free of all vikalpas or thought constructs. Interesting. The void above and the void at the base. So essentially, talking about the two ends of the kundalini. Let's see here. Okay, I see. So this word here means the void above, the pristha sunyam, and the other one, which is much longer, means the aid of the prana sakti. So essentially, yeah, like I said, just saying the rising of the kundalini. So Dharana 22, verse 45. One second. Oh, I guess I didn't set up the chat. My bad. All right, so verse 45. In him who firmly contemplates over the void above, the void at the base, and the void in the heart, there arises at the same time, because of his because of his being free of all vikalpas, thought constructs, the state of Shiva, who is above all vikalpas. So there you go. And again, replace Shiva with Christ, and it's essentially, because all these are just they're all meditation techniques. So this is what they're saying here is like, these are all different types of meditation techniques. So he who firmly contemplates on the void above and the void at the base and the void on the heart, that this is one type of thing, and each one of these is a type of meditative technique. So in his commentary on the verse 45, Sivu Padayaya says that this word suggests that the yogi should contemplate over the pramata, or the subject, as void. Mula Suyam suggests that he should contemplate over the prameyas, or object, as void. And this guy suggests that he should contemplate over pramana, or knowledge, as void. So essentially everything. Dharana 23, verse 46. If a yogi contemplates over his body, believed to be the limited empirical subject, as void, even for a while, with an intention freed of all thought constructs, he becomes liberated from thought constructs and finally acquires a state of bhairava, who is above all thought constructs, i.e. vikalpas. Notes, this verse points to three stages of the yogi. Firstly, he contemplates over his body in the vikalpa-free way. Secondly, by this practice, he develops the tendencies of being usually free of vikalpas, nervi vikalpa. Lastly, if the tendency is prolonged, he enters a state of bhairava, who is above all thought constructs, whose very nature is nervi kalpa. And so, yeah, I mean, this whole idea of thought constructs, this has a lot to do with there's a lot of psychology behind this kind of stuff here, because when you really think of thought constructs, you really have to delve into something like what is it, behavioral psychology. It's what they call it. Sort of like, we are all sort of formed psychologically by all the people around us as we grow up, and we pick up little reactions, little tics, little, all kinds of different things. I mean, it's almost endless. And all those things are essentially or they're thought constructs, and they're there. And like for instance, you'll maybe get mad at something just like your mother or father gets mad at something. You'll curse in the same way when someone cuts you off in traffic, or whatever. It's like there are all these little tiny things if you really stop to think about it. And this is part of this. This is trying to get rid of these thought constructs is a big part of entering that really blissful state of meditation. Because unless you do, and that's the hard part about meditation, it takes a while to be able to move through that stuff. And so, that's really what they're talking about here. When they're talking about Vikalpa, that's kind of what they're saying. Because there's all these things that we have to sort of deconstruct in ourselves in order to actually reach the spiritual truth. And it's not an easy road, let's just say. Dharana 24, verse 47. O gazelle-eyed one, if the aspirant is incapable of sunya bhava immediately, let him contemplate over the constituents of his body, like bone, flesh, etc., as pervaded with mere vacuity. After this practice, his bhavana, contemplation of vacuity, will become steady. And at last, he will experience the light of consciousnness. And let's see here, notes this contemplation is also saktopaya. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of these, especially these ones here, because they change as they go, they're essentially trying to bring your idea into the fact that all things are part of the same, vacuum, the oneness kind of thing. Try to make your mind see that there is no differentiation. That's essentially what they're saying here. Dharana 25, verse 48, the yogi should contemplate over the skin part in his body like an outer inconscient wall. There is nothing substantial inside, i.e. the skin. Meditating like this, he reaches a state which transcends all things meditable. And this is an interesting one, and this is also something very similar in what one would find in like the Course in Miracles, because they have in the Course in Miracles there's like 365 meditative practices that are written in the back of the book, or the end of the lesson, I should say. And each one of them sort of brings you step by step in very similar ways as this, and sometimes they're almost identical. Anyways, this is very similar to one of those practices where you sort of the last two dharanas here talked about meditating on your own body as nothingness, sort of starting from there and then moving outwards, which is definitely a helpful way of sort of doing that. It definitely, when I was doing meditation, a lot of my meditation years ago, that's something that definitely helped. It took a while to really, get into it, because again, like, it's like anything else. All meditation takes time. It's just like you can't just be an expert at playing whatever sport. You have to practice, and then it's like that for anything. You can't be an expert blacksmith or engineer unless you really understand what you're doing, and it takes time to do that. And it's the same thing here. You live your whole life under this veil, and then when you start to try to peel it back, it's it's not something that's gonna just completely blow over for you. You need to take it step by step. And I mean, in essence, that's the only way to really do it anyways. So notes on this. Number one, every man is habitually identified with his body. When the yogi develops the practice of detaching his consciousness from the limits of the body, he develops a sense of all pervasiveness. And I would agree with that. Number two, when the above practice, the yogi attains cosmic consciousness, then he experiences Shiva Vyapti. He is completely identified with Shiva. The sense of separate, limited experience disappears. Now there is no object for him to meditate on. The very distinction between subject and object appears in the words of Bhairava himself. And he says, when the highest reality is realized, who is the object of worship? Who is to be satisfied with worship? And again, I'll just point out that in Carl Jung's Psychology of Religion, East and West, the last one that I did, the one about the sacrifice of the Mass, and I've mentioned this in the last video I did on this book, But this whole idea that the sacrificer is also the sacrificed, and that it plays a role in the mass of the people, of the priest, of the host itself, and of course of God. So this is an interesting here. It's the same sort of idea being kind of thrown out. Let's see here. Dharana 26, verse 49, he whose mind together with the other senses is merged in the interior space of the heart, who has entered mentally into the center of the two bowls of the heart lotus, who has excluded everything else from consciousness, acquires the highest fortune, O beautiful one. Notes, number one, the word hurt or heart does not mean the physical heart. It means the central spot in the body above the diaphragm. It's an etheric structure resembling a lotus, i.e. it's a chakra, right? Just as the physical heart resembles a lotus, in the center of the etheric heart resides chit, the consciousness which is always a pramata or subject, never a prameya or object. It is this center which is the essential self of man, macrocosmically the center of all manifestation. The word used in the original is hridya, which means both pertaining to the heart and pleasant. Number two, the lotus is like two hemispherical bowls, blended into one. Sivopadhyaya says in his commentary that the upper bowl of the heart lotus represents pramana, or knowledge, and the lower bowl represents prameya, or object. The madhya, or center of this heart lotus, represents pramata, or knower, the self. It is in this center, or the self, into which the yogi has to plunge mentally. This means one who is pointed. Number four, Sivopadhyaya explains that highest fortune, which means the highest bliss consisting in the lordship of the universe. Gasemaraja has quoted this verse in his commentary on Sutra 15 of Section 1 of the Siva Sutra. He also explains Subhagayam as, this long word, or acquisition of the Lord of the universe. I see. And I mean, as Jesus says, you will not know the Father unless you go through me. It's the same idea. Verse Dharana 27, verse 50. The translation says, when the body of the yogi is penetrated by consciousness in all parts, and his mind, which has become firm by one-pointedness, is dissolved in the Devadasanta situated in the body, then that yogi whose intellect has become firm experiences the characteristic of reality. Notes, it is not quite clear what exactly is meant by the Devadasanta of the body. If the body of the Devadasantas, a distance of 12 fingers, are from the navel to the heart, from the heart to the throat, from the throat to the forehead, and from the forehead to the top of the cranium, probably it refers to the Brahmahandra, and the Devadasanta from the forehead to the top of the cranium. Ananda Bhatta says in his commentary of the Vijiiana Kaumudi that the Devasanta means, it means the cosmic void, or it may mean the Madhya Nadi of the body, i.e. the Susamna, which would be the spinal column. Dharana 28, verse 51. And this just goes to show you just how old this is, because some of these people, on their commentaries are actually some of them are only a couple hundred years old, some of them are way older than that. But nobody really knows, as always, when this was really written or put down or whatever. So the translation for this one, Dharana 28, verse 51, it says, if one fixes one's mind at Devasanta again and again, the pratiksanam, however and wheresoever, the fluctuation of his mind will diminish, and in a few days he will acquire extraordinary status. Notes, number one, the mind has to be fixed at any Devadasanta from the body, whether it is the superior, or the Brahmahandra, in exterior space at a distance of 12 fingers from the nose, or the Antara Devadasanta, i.e. the interior Devadasanta at the center of the body, etc. Number two, Sivopadhyaya explains that the incomparable and ineffable state of that this word here is the incomparable and ineffable state of bhairava. Number 29, Darsana 29, verse 52, translation says, uttering the formula Om Raksha Raya Tantum Dahayama. I can't read this. One should contemplate in the following way, quote, "My body has been burnt by the fire of Kalagni rising from the toe of my right foot. He will then experience his real nature, which is all peace." Number one, Kalagni, Rudra, is the universal destroyer. The aspirant should imagine that his whole body is being burnt by the flames of the Kalagni Rudra. The idea is that all the impurities that are due to the limitation of the body have been destroyed by Kalagni Rudra, who destroys all impurities, sins, and etc. Kalapada is a technical term for the toe of the right foot. By this practice, the aspirant feels that his impurities have been burnt away, and thus he experiences his essential self, which is all peace and joy. Now, what's interesting here, and I just want to point this out, is that this whole idea of the Kalagni Rudra, which is kind of it seems to be like a mixture between Rudra and Kali, which makes sense, right? But this whole idea of the destroyer, it's not, he's not like this isn't like a monster that like goes and burns things, which is very much how it's represented in some of the artwork. But it's always meant to signify the burning away of impurities and sins and errors and those kinds of things. And that's always been the esoteric idea behind that. And it makes you wonder whether or not, let's just say, some of these fire worshippers of the ancient past, because one of the reasons I'm reading this book, and while we're going to get into a couple of other these, I got a number of different books, Eastern style books, including another reading of the Bhagavad Gita, which is going to be an amazing read. But what I'm basically trying to kind of throw out here is just to give you guys the raw information. So as we go along, and then we start to get back into some more of the presentation videos, you guys are going to be able to lock in and hit these points really easy, because there's so many connections as far as the historical context between, a lot of these ancient religions. And thankfully, at least in India, there's still quite a bit of literature that's survived that sort of sheds light on what may have been the original ideas behind some of these things before they got all, screwed up by us. Anyways, continuing, Dharana 30, verse 53, translation. In this way, if the aspirant imagines that the entire world is being burnt by the fire of Kalagni and does not allow his mind to wander away to anything else, then in such a person the highest state of man appears. Notes, number one, in the previous Dharana, it was one's own body that had to be imagined as being burnt by Kalagni. In the present Dharana, it is the entire world that has to be imagined as being burnt by Kalagni. And another thing, too, the one's body being burnt by Kalagni, this is very representative of the phoenix and burning, the consuming of oneself, only to be reborn again. Let's see here. The highest state of man is Sivopayadaya, puts it in his commentary. Wow, this word is so long. The nature of bhairava, that is the infinite subject. In this nature that the aspirant will acquire by this dharana. Dharana 31, verse 54. If the yogi thinks deeply that the subtle and subtler constitutive principles of one's own body or of the world are being absorbed in their own prospective causes, then at the end, Paradevi, or the supreme goddess, is revealed. Notes, number one, this verse refers to the technique of vyapti, or fusion, by which gross tattva, constitutive principle of manifestation, is reabsorbed into the subtle into the subtler, and the subtler into the subtlest. E.g., example, the Pancha Nahabhutas. The five gross material principles are to be contemplated as being absorbed into the tamatras, primary subtle elements of perception. The tamatras into the ahamkara, the I or ego-making principle, this into buddhi, this again into prakriti, praktri, and so on till all are finally absorbed into the sadasiva. Then Sakti, or what has been designated as Paradevi, the supreme goddess, is revealed. This kind of vyapti, or fusion, which has been described in this verse, is known as Atma Vyapti. There is another stage of Vyapti known as Siva Vyapti, which will be described in verse 57. At the appearance of Paradevi, the entire cosmos appears as nothing but the expression of that universal energy. Everything is surrendered unto her, and the sense of difference disappears. Dharana 32, verse 55. If prana sakti, which is gross and thick, is made frail and subtle by yogic discipline, particularly pranayama, which is a breathing technique of breathlessness, and if a yogi meditates on such sakti either in Davadasanta or in the heart, i.e. the center of the body, by entering mentally into it, he is liberated and he gains his natural sovereign power. Notes, the reading of the last line of this, given by Abhinava Gupta in the Tantra Loka, which I will be reading, is different. It is the... it's this other thing. Kasamaraja reads the last line as this other word. Okay, I'm not going to bother with that part. Because they're just talking about the differences between the Sanskrit and according to the Swami Lakshmana Jew, the traditional interpretation of this verse is the following. Pinam indicates the breath has to be inhaled or exhaled in a gross way, i.e. sound in durbalam, indicating that the inhalation and exhalation has to be done slowly. According to the above reading, the meaning of the verse would be, quote, if the yogi practices breathing, both inhalation and exhalation with sound, and slowly meditating in the Davadasanta in the heart center, goes to sleep, he will acquire the freedom to control his dream, i.e. he will have only the dream that he desires to have. Well, that seems like something somebody can try on their own, doesn't it, guys, huh? And the thing about pranayama is that, again, I've said this before, but... And I, it's funny because I learned how to do this all just naturally in my meditation. It just happened all on its own like that. So, anyhow, let's see here. I'm getting a phone call. There we go. So Dharana 33, verse 56 says, one should contemplate step by step on the whole universe under the form of bhuvana and other advas, courses, as being dissolved successfully from the gross state into the subtle and from the subtle state into the supreme state until finally one's mind is dissolved in the simatra, pure consciousness. Number one, according to Trika philosophy, the whole universe consisting of subjective and objective aspects is a proliferation of the Svatantriya Sakti, or the Paravak, under 6 forms known as the Sadadva, which means 6 roots or courses. Sat equals 6. Adva equals root, course. 3 of them are under the Vachaka indicator side, which is the subjective aspect of manifestation. The other 3 are under the indicated or objective side. At the level of the Paravak, Vachaka, and Vachya, Sabda and Artha, word and object are word and object are a state of indistinguishable unity. In manifestation, these begin to differentiate. The first adva, or step, of this differentiation is the polarity of varna and kala. Varna at this stage does not mean letter or color or class. It means a measure index of the function form associated with the object. And kala means an aspect of creativity. Varna is the function form and kala is predictable. This is the first adva of the polarization of Paravak. This adva is known as Para Supreme or Abheda, for at this stage there is no difference between Varna or Kala, the creative aspect. The next adva or step in the creative descent is the polarity of mantra and tattva. This level of creativity is known as Para or Beda, identity in difference, or Sukshma, subtle. Mantra is the basic formula of tattva. Tattva is the principle of source and origin of the subtle structural forms. The third and final polarity is that of pada and bhuvana. This level of manifestation is known as the apara, inferior, or beda, total difference between vachaka and vakya, or stula, gross. Bhuvana is the universe as it appears to apprehend, as it appears to apprehending centers like ourselves. Pada is the actual formulation of that universe by mind, reaction, and speech. The trika or triad of the Vachaka side is known as the Kaladava, i.e. the temporal order, and the Trika or triad on Vachya side is known as the Desadva, or spatial order. And the Sadva, the Sadva may be arranged in the following tabular form, and then this shows you the different things here. Okay, I'll just continue reading as you guys. Okay, so let's see here. Of these, each preceding adva is vyapaka, i.e. pervasive, inhering in the succeeding one, and each succeeding the adva is vyapya, capable of being pervaded by the preceding one. So there is vyapaka relationship among these. Number 2, the dharana, or the yogic practice recommended here, is that the yogi should practice the bhavana, or the imaginative contemplation of the succeeding gross adva being dissolved in the preceding subtle sukshma adva. The gross manifestation, pada and bhavana, should be earnestly imagined as being dissolved in the preceding subtle shukma origins, vis-a-vis mantra and tattva. Mantra and tattva, the subtle adva, should in turn be earnestly imagined as being dissolved in their preceding supreme para, or original varna and kala. Finally, these should be imagined as being dissolved in the paravaka, or the parasakti, and paravak in siva, i.e. chinmatra or vijnana, pure consciousness, which alone is bhairava, or the ultimate divine principle, otherwise also known as the Christ consciousness. Kramasha in the verse means step by step, i.e. the first step should consist of the practice of bhavana and shtula, or gross manifestation, being dissolved in the subtle sukshma one. When by sufficient practice the bhavana, the yogi is fully convinced that this solid seeming world and the gross speech are only an appearance of much subtler processes of mantra and tattva, he should take the next step, which consists of the bhavana of the subtle shukma mantra and tattva as being dissolved in the supreme aspects of varna, kala, and so on. When the yogi is sufficiently practiced into the bhavana of the dissolution of the entire... Oh, I just lost that. Where was I? Oh, here it is. Okay, sorry. When the yogi has sufficiently practiced the bhavana of the dissolution of the entire manifestation into chit or vijnana, pure consciousness, he will attain the plane of bhairava, and his manas or chitta will be automatically dissolved into chit, pure consciousness. So his manas, which is your mind, your ego self, this is known as Leya Bhavana, creative contemplation pertaining to dissolution. This ascent into to the divine is known as Aroha, or Adya Aroha Krama, the process of ascent, i.e. ascension, right? This is kind of the thing, right? Like all this yoga, a lot of this yoga, the Egyptian stuff, like there's so much I got to bring to you guys. And the reason I'm reading so much of this stuff, and I know it's confusing, the next book is actually going to be way more clear. And you'll learn a heck of a lot more about what a lot of this stuff means, and you'll get more of an idea. It's way easier. This one's a little bit difficult, but it is at least the original book, brought to us by the more contemporary authors. So let's see here. Continuing, the difference between this dharana and dharana number 30 in verses 54 consists in the fact that the dharana described in verse 54 leads the yogi only up to the subtle sakti where Paradevi reveals herself. But this leads the yogi up to the utmost plane of Shiva where the individual mind completely dissolves into the universal consciousness. In verse 54, the aim was the realization of the supreme power that is the source of the gross manifestation of the universe. In verse 56, the emphasis is on the transformation of the individual consciousness by its dissolution into the universal divine consciousness, Manolaya or Chitta Pralaya. So this is Saktopaya leading into Sambhava state. Now, interestingly enough, in the Old Testament, Yahweh always, seemed to have his consort Asherah, which is extremely similar to the way, Shiva, Sakti is represented in this. Also, within Christianity, the Holy Spirit is considered to be a female energy, female force, which again would matches very much up to what Sakti is sort of represented as well. And isn't it interesting? And then in Christianity, in order, the Holy Spirit is part of the Trinity, is part of that. It's that in between the Son and the Father kind of thing. So, take with that with what you will. Dharana 34, verse 57, translation: if one meditates on the Saiva Tattva, which is the quintessence. Okay. If one meditates on the Saiva Tattva, which is the quintessence of this entire universe on all sides and to its last limits by the technique of Sadadva, he will experience great awakening. Notes. Number 1, Siva is both Prakasha and Vimarsa, both the light of consciousness and the consciousness or awareness of that consciousness. Saiva Tattva is the Svarupa or essential nature of Shiva. Meditating on Saiva Tattva means meditating on Svarupa, which means own form, essential nature of Shiva, who is both Prakasha and Vimarsa. Number 2, Sadadva has two sides, Vachaka and Vachya. The Vachaka side, Varna, Mantra, and Pada, are an expression of Prakasha, and the Vachya side, Kala, Tattva, and Bhuvana, are an expression of Vimarsa. Again, it's just an expression of the dualistic actually representing the one here. In the previous Dharana number 32, verse 56, the technique of the Sadadva was used for tracing back the entire universe of subjects and objects to its source, the central reality. Here, the technique of Sadadva is used for realizing the Svarupa, or essential nature of this central reality. The technique of Sadadva is incomplete if it simply ends in reintegrating the universe to its source. It still has to realize the Saiva Tattva, the nature of central reality, which is both Prakasha and Vimarsa in one, and the source of both Vikatka and Vachya of the Sadadva. Again, in the Dharana number 34, verse 54, the technique of tracing back the constitutive principles was used for the Atma Vyapti, or the fusion of manifestation into the essential self, which according to the Trika system is a lower ideal. Atma Vyapti emphasizes Prakasha, which does not necessarily include the universe. In verse 57, the ideal of realization that is emphasized in Siva Vyapti, fusion into Siva, who is both Prakasha and Vimarsa, it is the reality that is inclusive of the universe. It is this realization the universe is not negated, but specie aeternatus, under the form of the eternal, as an expression of the Vimarsa aspect of Siva. Number 3, the great awakening is the realization of Varupa, or essential nature of Shiva, who is both Prakasha and Vimarsa. That's right. There's nothing to do with QAnon. The difference between previous Dharana in verse 56 and this one, 57, lies in the fact that in the previous Dharana, the dissolution of both the object and subjective order was to be contemplated one by one successfully, i.e. the first dissolution of the gross into the subtle, and then of the subtle into the supreme, whereas in the present Dharana, verse 57, the dissolution of the entire world, Asya, Sarvasya, Visvasya, has to be contemplated simultaneously and integrally into Siva Tattva, as Sivopadhyaya puts it. He says, the reality of the world is nothing apart from Shiva. Therefore, this world should be viewed not as the world, i.e. as something different from Shiva, but as the modality of Shiva. Therefore, it is Shiva alone who has to be contemplated on. Thus, there will be Mahodaya, i.e. great spiritual awakening. This Dharana is Saktopaya. Now, this is interesting too, guys, because one of the things I'm terrible at pulling out Bible quotes off the top of my head. But I do recall somebody asking, I think it was one of the apostles asked Jesus, well, where can we find the Father? And he explains that it's, everywhere. It's, under the rock. It's in the trees. It's all around you. It's this, that, it's that kind of response. It's what is it, the rocks and the birds and scream his name or something like that. And this is exactly the same idea here. And one of the ideas behind this dharana here is that in meditation, and again, like I learned this, I learned how to do this in different ways. But one of the things I've experienced in my research is that anything that is true spiritual, or in the right spiritual context, regardless of where it comes from culturally, generally is going towards the same direction. And it's trying to teach you the same idea, but they have to express it in different ways because everyone has a different language. Everyone has a different sort of understanding of it. But as you see with a lot of the Sanskrit stuff, and this is an interesting thing about reading these books, is that the very words themselves, I mean, like, people want to talk about etymology in English, they have no idea when it comes to Sanskrit how absolutely complicated it is. And it's not just Sanskrit either. I mean, it's the Phoenician script itself, it's what ends up becoming the Masoretic script. I mean, each letter has a designation. This is kind of what the Kabbalah is all about as well, and also what a lot of the Egyptian hieroglyphs has to do with. And it's funny because in the Purana, I think it's the Purana or the Shiva Sutras, one or the other, Shiva declares himself, just like the Alpha and the Omega, same thing, declares himself to be the letter A, and I forget what the other letter was, but they're representing the end of the alphabet. And so this kind of thing is always thrown out there over and over and over again, where it's giving you these clues that, like, yes, there are all these parts, but they're just parts to a whole. You see what I'm saying? And understanding that and taking these small parts and reducing them spiritually into, dissolving them into the whole, is the step by step that they're talking about with this particular method that they're explaining here. And that just takes deep meditation and, good pranayama type of breathing. And one of the things is that, it's funny is that one can learn pranayama and I certainly have, but like, I kind of learned it all by myself, just intuitionally, because as you go deeper into a meditative state, your level of relaxation is like, I can't even explain it. It takes a while to get to that, but when you get to that level of relaxation, the idea of meditative and being meditative in an almost breathless state is not an impossibility. It almost will surprise you the first time it happens, and it's weird things like that that'll sort of dislodge you from your meditative state. But it also kind of tells you, like, looks like I'm actually getting somewhere here. So, but again, it takes time. You have to have patience, and you have to have the right intention in anything you do. To tell you the honest truth. And we'll go into that in the larger picture of things at some point. But continuing, Dharana 35, verse 58, O great goddess, the yogi should concentrate intensely on the idea that this universe is totally void. That in that void, his mind would become absorbed. Then he becomes highly qualified for absorption, i.e., his mind is absorbed in the sunyatisunya, the absolute void, i.e., Shiva. Notes. This dharana is the first of a number of dharanas on sunya void, which will come later in this book. This is Saktopaya leading to the Sambhava state. Dharana 36, verse 59, translation, a yogi should cast his eyes in the empty space inside a jar or any other object, leaving aside the enclosed partitions. His mind will in an instant get absorbed in the empty space inside the jar. When his mind is absorbed in that empty space, he should imagine that his mind is absorbed in a total void. He will then realize his identification with the Supreme. Notes, casting one's gaze into the empty space inside a jar is a device for preparing the mind for getting absorbed in total void. When the mind is absorbed in the empty space of the jar, the aspirant should imagine that the empty space has extended into a total void. Thus his mind will be absorbed in an absolute void, i.e. Shiva. This is Sambhava Upaya. Dharana 37, verse 60, and this is also almost a very similar practice that the Course of Miracles also puts out in their book, Dharana 37, verse 60. And again, A Course in Miracles, for those that you don't know it, that is a book that is, it's like it's a lot of like this type of stuff we're reading here, but based on it's based on like a Christian perspective, which is fascinating. The story of it's very fascinating. You guys can look it up. It was a woman who sort of out of nowhere got this book dictated through her mind from supposedly Jesus. But one of the interesting things about the book is that it's 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 fascinating. Let me just say that, and it brings a lot of the Eastern ideas and religious ideas and practices into more of a Christian context in a very fascinating way. And when I say fascinating, like it's so close to what the stuff that we're reading now and that we'll be reading in the near future. It's kind of hard to ignore. Anyways, continuing. Darsana 37, verse 60, one should cast his gaze on a region in which there are no trees on a mountain, on high defensive wall. His mental state, being without any support, will then dissolve and the fluctuations of his mind will cease. Notes, number one, the idea is that when the mind dwells on a vast vacant space, then being without the support of any definite concrete object, the mind gets absorbed into that void. When the mind is absorbed into a vast open space, its vikalpas or thought constructs come to a dead stop. That is the moment where the light within makes its presence felt, and the aspirant realizes there is a deeper reality than what is open to the senses. Abhinavagupta quotes the first line of this verse in his Paratrikmishka and confirms that in such a moment there is the bhairava bodhanupravesa, entry into the bhairava consciousness. This type of fixed gaze into vast vacant space without any thought construct or object support for the mind is known, oh God, as this long word, I'm not going to read it, as there is neither meditation nor recitation of mantra, nor any meditation involved in this dharana. This is sambhava upaya. Now, this is interesting too. So, famously, Alexander the Great, when he showed up in India, found a bunch of yogis kind of just sitting there in complete stillness, staring into, nothingness, as he put it, or as they kind of interpret it. And this right here is the dharana, one of the dharanas in which this is done. And again, this is one of these, in the Course of Miracles and the 365 meditative techniques, which you're supposed to do one a day, there are many versions of this type of thing where you are staring at a specific object or you're staring at a larger type of scene, and in that practice, your mind and your spirit and your realization start to sort of work in a different way. You start to see little things that are differently. This right here will definitely, if done properly, everything will be sort of much brighter. Everything will sort of seem like everything kind of glows in a lot of ways. And you also have a wonderful just sense of connectivity that kind of descends on you. It's pretty nice experience actually. But again, it takes time to get to that point. It doesn't take me much time nowadays. It would have taken me a lot longer time in the past. Dharana 38, verse 61. At the moment when one has perception or knowledge of two objects or ideas, and one should simultaneously banish both perceptions or ideas and apprehend the gap or interval between the two, should mentally stick to it, i.e. the gap, and in that gap will reality flash forth suddenly. Notes, reading the Janatva instead of the Dhyatva has been adopted by the Jiyaratha in Tantra Loka 1. This reading gives better sense. The above is the Sakta Upaya. Our mind is always caught up in perceptions or ideas. We are prisoners of our own ideas. Behind all the activities of the mind lies reality which gives life to our mental activity. That reality cannot be viewed as an object, for it is the eternal subject and ground of all experience. If we do not allow our mind to be carried away by the perceptions or ideas succeeding each other or incessantly, but rather let our mind dip into the gap between the two perceptions or ideas without thinking of anything, we will, to our surprise, be bathed in that reality which can never be an object of thought. This is known as the Niralamba Bhavana, or creative contemplation without any object or support for the mind. This verse has been quoted as the example of the Niralamba Bhavana in the Netra Tantra. This is also the Sunya Bhavana as an example of the mind sounding its plummet in the depth of the void. The sudden flash of reality by this practice has been designated as unmesha, or opening of the spanda karika. Abandonment of the two perceptions or ideas that precede and succeed the gap is known as the analokana, or non-observation. The two ideas have not to be pushed aside by effort, but have to be abandoned by a smooth, gentle non-observation. This is a very important and unfailing dharana for the grasping of reality or nature of bhairava. And it's a very difficult thing to do. Dharana 39, verse 62. And I mean, essentially, you're essentially stripping yourself from any kind of preconceived knowledge, ideas that you think you learned in this life, which most of it is just a big lie, anyways. I mean, all you have to do is show the physical, materialistic example of how the society, the news, the control methods, and all the things that are going on, playing themselves out right now in this abject, materialistic insanity that we're living through right now. And, God help us. But part of the reason I wanted to do this and is because, I wanted to share some of this little higher information here as a little stepping stone. Got a lot more coming out, and I'll be joining you guys a lot more. So let's hear Dharana 39, verse 62, translation. When the mind of the aspirant that comes to quit one object is firmly restrained, niruddha, and does not move towards any other object, it comes to rest in a middle position between the two, and through it, i.e. the middle position, is unfolded intensely the realization of pure consciousness in all its intensities. Notes, the previous dharana advises the aspirant to reject two positive objects, perceptions or thoughts, and contemplate on the middle, i.e. the gap between the two. In the present dharana, the aspirant is advised to contemplate on the middle or gap between one positive bhavana or object and another negative bhavana, bhava, i.e. other bhava, which is the aspirant has not allowed to rise in his mind. This is the main difference between the two dharanas. The result is the same vis-a-vis the emergence of the essential self or the nature of bhairava. Avina-gupta refers to this in verse number 48 in Tantra Loka Part 1. It is Atma, self, alone who is the essential nature, full of the ambrosia of Shiva, the knowledge that one derives from contemplation on the middle between two objects or between one positive and another negative object abides in the light of the self. And guess what, you guys? This idea that he just explained here is expressed in what some people would call the Star of David, which, by the way, is definitely associated with the Shiva Shakti, long before it ever showed up on any kind of, let's say, Jewish historical site or archaeological site. Just wanted to throw that out there. The following commentary on the Jairatha leaves no room for doubt that the above verse of Abhinagupta refers to the two dharanas mentioned in verse number 61 and 62 of this book. Quote, the middle state, i.e. the gap between two positive objects, or between one positive and another negative object, is sunya, or void, which is the ground of the determination of both. In him who apprehends that void and abandoning simultaneously both positive perceptions or positive and negative perceptions, fixes his attention on that alone, In him who apprehends that void and abandoning simultaneously both positive perception or positive and negative perceptions, fixes his attention on that alone arises that stability and the highest self, Prama Atmani, who is the highest objective and who is the full of the ambrosia of Shiva, or Christ. In confirmation of the above explanation, Jairatha quotes the verse 61 and 62 of this book. Take the previous one. This dharana is also Saktopaya. The reading adopted by the text printed in Kashmir. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to read that. Let's see here. Dharana 40, verse 63, translation. When an aspirant contemplates with his mind an unwavering and free from all alternatives his whole body or the entire universe simultaneously as of the nature of consciousness, he experiences supreme awakening. Notes, there are two important conditions in this contemplation. Firstly, it should be done nirvikalpena manasha, with an unhesitating, unwavering mind free from all doubts and alternatives. Secondly, it should be yugapat, i.e. simultaneously in one sweep, not in succession, not in bits. Interesting. Let's see here. The paramodaya, or the supreme awakening, refers to means that he realizes that the entire universe is enveloped in divine light. That is Sakta Upaya. Dharana 41:64. By the fusion of Samgata of the two breaths vis-a-vis prana, expiration, rising inwardly in the center, and apana, inspiration, rising externally, in Devadasanta, there arises finally a condition in which there is complete cessation of both, whether in the center or in the Devadasanta. By meditating over the condition of void in which there is no feeling of either prana or apana, the yogi becomes so competent that there arises in him the intuitive experience of equality. Yes, indeed. Dharana 42:65. I've absolutely experienced that. No, they're not just blowing smoke in your ear, guys. Translation: the yogi should be. Sorry. It's too fast. Okay, yeah, I think this is right. Yep. Okay, Dharana 42, verse 65. The yogi should contemplate the entire universe or his own body simultaneously in its totality as filled with his essential spiritual bliss. Then, through his own ambrosia like bliss, he will become identified with the supreme bliss. Notes: number one, simultaneously, yugapat means with totality of attention, in one sweep of attention, not in bits. His own bliss means his own essential spiritual or divine bliss. Siddhananda, not the pleasure derived from sense objects. That's a very important distinction, by the way. Number three, the word matrina or ambrosia points to the fact that there is no change in this bliss. It is eternal. Kasemaraja has quoted this verse in Siva Sutra Vimarsini at two places, 1:18 and 3. According to Swami Lakshmanaju, the word va occurring in this verse should not be taken in the sense or, but in the sense of cha, i.e. and. So the first line of this verse would mean the yogi should contemplate the entire universe and his body simultaneously in totality as filled with his spiritual bliss. Dharana 43, verse 66. Again, these are all things of contemplation, right? Every one of these is a method of meditation. So you guys can take one and sit and say, stick a pillow under your butt or something like that. Lift yourself off the ground, your butt off the ground a little bit, that root chakra, back straight, hands calmly on your thighs, and take one of these and contemplate on these ideas. I'd start from the beginning and work your way up, as they seem to be more complicated as it comes on. So here's another gazelle one. Dharana 43, verse 66, translation: O gazelled one, by the employment of magic, supreme delight arises in the heart of the spectator instantaneously. In this condition of the mind, reality manifests itself. Notes: when a spectator beholds some wonderful magical performance, his ordinary, normal consciousness is raised to a plane where there is no distinction between subject and object, where it is freed of all thought constructs and is filled with a reverential awe, with mute wonder and ineffable joy. At that plane of consciousness is revealed the essential nature of bhairava, or Christhood. This is only one example. When by contemplating any scene, vast, awe-inspiring, deeply moving, the mind is thrown into ecstasy and mute wonder, it passes into nirvikalpa state. Then that is the moment when suddenly and instantaneously supreme reality reveals itself. This is an example of Sakta Upaya. According to Swami Lakshmiju, this verse can have another meaning. The word kuhana also means, quote, tickling the armpit. So the verse would mean, O gazelle-eyed one, by tickling the armpit, there occurs instantaneously a great joy. If one contemplates over the essential nature of joy, reality manifests itself. Interesting way to put it. Dharana 44, verse 67. When by stopping the opening of all the senses, the current of all sensory activity is stopped, the pranasakti moves slowly upward in the middle nadi or sushumna of the mulahadra. So the sushumna being your spinal column, the mulahadra being your root chakra, towards the brahmanahandra, which is your crown chakra. Then in the upward movement of pranasakti, there is felt a tingling sensation at the various stations in the middle nadi, like the one created in the movement of an ant over the body. At the moment of that sensation, there ensues supreme delight. And this is absolutely true. Again, they're not blowing smoke in your ear. Notes the main point in this dharana is that when pranasakti moves upward, there is an awakening of kundalini, which moves upward towards the devadasanta, i.e., towards the brahmahandra. This slow and gradual movement of pranasakti or of kundalini gives the sensation like that of the movement of an ant over the body. The sensation at the time of the ant-like movement of pranasakti is very pleasant. Sivaparayaya says that the upward movement of pranasakti can be achieved by the kumbhaka pranayama. He quotes Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, which says that the prana can be made durga shukshma, prolonged and subtle, by the kumbhaka pranayama, the restraint of breath. This would be anaya upaya. But Patanjali does not refer to the Kundalini Yoga. Sivupadya's quotation from Patanjali in this context is irrelevant. When the dharana actually means to say is that when the openings of all the senses are stopped and the mind is kept free of all thought constructs, nirvikalpa, and the pranasakti becomes active in the sushumna as the kundalini rises slowly towards the brahmahandra, the crown chakra, one feels like the sensation of an ant creeping over the body. At this time, the yogi experiences the movement of kundalini from one station to another and is overjoyed. Dharana 45, verse 68. And again, like they say, it's the slow movement, right? It takes time. There's a interesting video on YouTube with Sadhguru where he talks about the different stages of I can't remember which the title is. Different stages of the chakras, because there's, I guess, 114 chakras in total, but they're all sort of separated into 7 main ones. And as your spiritual practice continues, you sort of unlock bits and pieces of it as you start to rise up. So it's not something that is like happens right away to a lot of people. Like there's a lot of the reason why the Kundalini is wrapped 3.5 times, as they say in these books, is that there's a certain amount of work one has to do in order to sort of awaken that thing. And as it awakens, you have a lot more work to continue doing this. But the thing is that one of the wonderful things about engaging in meditation and in trying to, have a better understanding of your spiritual self is that it really does, as much as it brings conflict in your life, it also eventually brings a heck of a lot of peace, understanding, intuitive understanding to things, people, situations, and you're generally in a more peaceful mode almost all the time. And I can attest to that. I mean, if only I could show people the difference of the kind of person I was 20 years ago versus what I am now. It's a totally different world. And members of my family have noticed it. And a lot of other people I've noticed it. But I keep it kind of just whatever. Anyways, Dharana 45, verse 68, one should throw, i.e. concentrate the delightful chitta in the middle of the vani and visa both ways, whether by itself or permeated by the pranic breath. One would then be joined to the bliss of sexual union. Now, before I read the notes on this, and I'm eventually gonna get into reading all the Tantra Loka books, because there's a lot to be gleaned from reading these books, especially the Tantra Loka stuff. This one was one that I wanted to throw out first, and I'm going to be doing a post reading of a more, let's say, less complicated reading, more, direct. But one of the things is that, and there's another thing I've heard a yogi talk about before, but this idea of expressing something as orgasmic is not something that the Western mind has an easy. Let's just say the nirvikalpas, the thought constructs, over the word a sexual union, or you have something like orgasmic, that kind of expression. Unfortunately, the nirvikalpas, the thought constructs of Western minds, immediately goes straight to one way, and they don't understand that This is an explanation of of an internal feeling, because it's really difficult to use words to explain a lot of these things, which is why you have this very complicated system in which they're trying to teach people how this kind of stuff works. They have certain kinds of words that mean certain kinds of things. I mean, like I said, the etymology of this stuff is so insane when you really get into it. It is impressive, to tell you the truth. But just to let you know, like when one reaches really high meditative states, it's absolutely comparable to having just an orgasmic feeling, and not just, and I'm talking like full on body from your toe to the end of your hairs. I mean, you're just in something that is lasting. Those people that dabble in doing, getting high and doing drugs and things like that, which is probably a lot of people, myself included. Like, I will just say this: you'll never have a cleaner, more amazing high than when you get into these states, and that's not a lie. Like, and that's the same thing with people who do psychedelics. Those of you that do and continue to do psychedelics, and that's your choice. But it's one of those things where one can get into these moments where, like, you would laugh at psychedelics, because you were, not only does you're feeling in an extraordinary level, which is kind of opposite to the way psychedelics sort of make you feel on the inside, but the visuals that one gets from that are like nothing you could. I mean, this is absolutely comparable to that. But again, it takes this Herculean effort of mind and body and discipline and time and time spent doing it to achieve those things. Which, in my opinion, and I think I'll be getting into that at some point, but a lot of these old myths are also sort of, there are these stories, but these stories are sort of like descriptions of these kinds of ideas as well. And a lot of it's just hidden in the mythology, sometimes in the names, as we see here. So anyways, continuing. So I'll read this again, because I just went off on a tangent. Dharana 45, verse 68, one should throw, i.e. concentrate the delightful chitta in the middle of the Vani and Visha, both ways, whether it by itself or permeated by pranic breath. One would then be joined to the bliss of sexual union. Notes: the Vani and Visha are technical terms of this yoga. Vani stands for Sankocha, contraction by the entrance of prana, in which is near the root of the rectum. Visha connotes vikasha, or expansion. Vani refers to Adha Kundalini and Visha to Urdhva Kundalini. Urdhva Kundalini is the condition when the prana and apana enter the Sushumna and the Kundalini rises up. So, right. And Kundalini is the distinct Sakti that lies folded up in 3.5 valayas or folds in the Muladhara. When she rises from the 1/3 of the folds, goes up through the Sushumna, crosses the Lambika, and pierces the Brahmahandra, so your crown chakra, she is known as the Urdhva Kundalini, and this pervasion of hers is known as the Vikasha or Visha. Adha Kundalini, its field is from Lambika down to 1/3 of the folds of Kundalini lying folded in the Muladhara. Prana goes down in the Adha Kundalini from the Lambika towards the Muladhara. The entrance of prana into the Adha Kundalini is Sankocha or Vani. Rising into Urdhva Kundalini is the Vikasha or Visha. Vani is the symbolic of prana vayu, and Visha of apana vayu. Entering into the root, middle, and tip of the Adha Kundalini is known as the Vani or Sankocha. Vani is derived from the root va, to carry, since prana is carried down up to Muladhara in this state, is called Vani. So in other words, this is the method of bringing energy, high energy, down to your materialistic state. The word visa does not mean poison here. It is derived from the root vish, to pervade. Visha therefore refers to prasara, or the vikasa, expansion. When the prana and apana enter the sushumna, the chitta, or the individual consciousness, should be stopped or suspended between the vani and visha, or in other words, between the Adha or Kundalini and the Urdhva Kundalini. Vyapurna or full of vayu means that the chitta, which is individual consciousness, should be restrained in such a way that the vayu may neither pass out through the nostrils nor through the male organ and the anus. Chitta and vayu are interconnected. Constraint of the one brings about the restraint of the other. Smaranda, or bliss of sexual union, when the chitta can be restrained between the Ada and Urdhva Kundalini, one has the joy of sexual union. This is inverted union. Sexual union is external. This union is internal. Very important. It's exactly what I was just saying, which is fascinating because I've never read this book. Dhurana 46, verse 69. At the time of sexual intercourse with a woman, an absorption into her is brought about by excitement, and the final delight that ensues at orgasm betokens the delight of Brahman. This delight is, in reality, that of one's own self. Note, number one, this absorption is only symbolic of the absorption into divine energy. This illustration has been given only to show that the highest delight ensues only at the disappearance of duality. Of Sivupadayaya quotes a verse which clarifies the esoteric meaning of this union. Quote, just as being locked in embrace with a woman, one is totally dissolved in the feeling of oneness, unity, and one loses all sense of anything external or internal. Even so, when the mind is dissolved in the divine energy, one loses all sense of duality and experiences the delight of unity consciousness. The Sruti, scripture, speaks of the union with the woman only to illustrate the union with the divine. It is only a fool who takes this illustration as an injunction for carnal pleasure. The delight is that of one's own self. It does not come from any external source. The woman is only an occasion for the manifestation of that delight. Now, let me just stop here and just mention the fact that in the New Testament, this whole idea of a bridegroom and a bride and all that other stuff, it is very similarly in an esoteric sense referring to the exact same idea. Okay, just wanted to point this out. And also this whole idea of uniting to, God through the Holy Spirit is also another idea that within Christian tradition, at least some traditions, exists. And here we are, it having the exact same kind of idea being played out here. Although this is expressed in a sexual term, obviously in Christianity, they would turn an eye to that. Maybe at least the Orthodox way. I'm not sure about the early Christians, to tell you the truth. So, Dhurana 47, verse 70. O goddess, even in the absence of a woman, there is a flood of delight simply by the intensity of the memory of sexual pleasure in form of kissing, embracing, pressing, etc. Notes, since the sexual pleasure is obtained simply by memory, even in the absence of a woman, it is evident that the delight is inherent within. It is this delight, apart from any woman, that one could meditate on in order to realize the bliss of divine consciousness. And obviously, this applies to men or women as well, right? So the absence of a man is evident that the delight is inherent within. It is delight apart from any man that one should meditate in order to realize the bliss of divine consciousness. Obviously, I'm not going to be doing that at all, pretty much. But I just wanted to point out that these texts are written in these ways. If you're might be a person that's reading this and sort of upset or it maybe triggers you a little bit, then this is something that you probably should be meditating on. Because this is definitely, those kinds of things are all ego, thought constructs that you have to do something about. Because that kind of thinking, I mean, look what society has given us with this kind of really just, the psychology that's, let's just say the psychological attack that's being kind of waged across the world right now is really impressive. But for those that have been paying attention, it's not new. It's been around for a long time. And the thing is that these guys at the top, like, they know a lot of this information, but they use it in evil ways and instead of in good ways. But that, is the way the universe works, right? It is duality until it's no longer duality. And being able to deal with evil by understanding that evil is part of, let's say, the ebb and flow of the universe, one is able to deal with it better. because you can understand it better, and you can also burn that evil at least out of yourself through the methods of meditation. And it makes you wonder when the Old Testament sits here and talks mad smack against the Canaanites. You know, are they really talking about? Because they never actually, the wording that's used isn't like they don't. It's not clear that somebody is killed and brought into a fire, and they pass through a fire or by a fire. And so here we have this sort of like, and we'll go into this later on because some of the physical actual rituals in some of these Eastern traditions are very similar to that idea, where one, the fire itself is an actual, the ritual, they use fire, but the fire itself is meant as a spiritual terminology and not an actual physical burning fire, as has been expressed in this early on in this book, when I believe it was early on. So, let's see here. Deuteronomy 48, verse 71. On the occasion of the great delight being obtained, or on the occasion of delight arising from seeing a friend or relative after a long time, one should meditate on the delight itself and become absorbed in it. Then his mind will become identified with it. Notes, on the occasion of such great delight or intensive experience, one should lay hold of the source of such experience vis-a-vis the spanda, or the pure spiritual throb, and meditate on it till his mind is deeply steeped in it. He will then become identified with the spiritual principle. Such an experience vanishes quickly. Therefore, one should seize it mentally as soon as the experience occurs. Deuteronomy 49, verse 72. Translation, when one experiences the expression of joy, of savor, arising from the pleasure of eating and drinking, one should meditate on the perfect condition of this joy. Then there will be supreme delight. If the yogi meditates on the perfect condition of the joy that arises even from the satisfaction of physical needs, he will feel that the source of this joy is also the divine spanda, and being absorbed in it, he will experience supreme spiritual bliss. Deuteronomy 50, verse 73. Translation, when the yogi mentally becomes one with the incomparable joy of song and other objects, then of such a yogi there is, because of the expansion of his mind, identity with that, i.e. the incomparable joy, because he becomes one with it. Pardon me for a second, I need to take a drink. Oh. Okay. All right, I'm back. I don't know what just happened there. Strange. Sorry, guys. Kind of discombobulated myself here. I'm not sure how I did that. All right, let me see if I can fix this. There we go. There we go. Okay. All right. Okay, so let me just make sure everything looks good. I think it does. Yes. Yes. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. When the yogi mentally becomes... All right, so let's see here. Deuteronomy 50, verse 73. When the yogi mentally becomes one with the incomparable joy of song and other objects, then of such a yogi there is, because of the expansion of his mind, identity with that, i.e. the incomparable joy, because he becomes one with it. Now, again, I have to say, on a personal level, I spent a long time sort of being what some people may call a hippie, I guess you could say. I spent a lot of time. I probably attended at least 1,000 concerts in my life, and much of those were of like... I mean, I listen to all kinds of different music, but one of the things that I love to do, and I've loved to do this for a long time, is I love to dance, and I love to dance to music that makes me dance, that inspires me to dance. But I've had experiences when this exact Dharana here, Dharana 50, When the yogi mentally becomes one with the incomparable joy of song and other objects, then in such a yogi there is, because of an expansion of his mind, identity with that incomparable joy, because he becomes one with it. I have absolutely experienced this at concerts where I have just completely lost myself into the music I was listening to, the vibrations, and I would sit and dance with my eyes completely closed, and not hit anybody by some miracle, and just I'm transported to like a completely different universe. Let's just say, and it's just and the feeling that I got from that. I mean, it's just, what is it? The best word to say? It's transcendental. Like, it's really incredible. Of course, there are times when I was certainly loaded up with all kinds of different stuff at these concerts, which aided with that kind of things. But there have been moments where I was dead sober and the exact same thing happened. Because, again, when one, climbs that, let's call it Jacob's ladder of spiritual, those spiritual steps on Jacob's ladder, these things open up for you, and people do experience these things, and it's not. This is not fake, guys. But again, it takes effort, and it takes intention. I mean, really, it does take intention. Without the intention, you really kind of, you really need that intention to really get anywhere on any kind of spiritual path. Period. If you don't have the right intention with it, then it is what it is. And there's a lot of skeptical folks out there who probably will never listen to this video, and that's cool. I don't care, But there's a lot of skeptical folks out there who there is something about let's just say the scholarly approach to all these things. There's very important. We definitely need those kinds of people to do these kinds of work. But the big problem is none of these people seem to. I mean, so little of these people attempt at actually getting into what the esoteric meaning behind any of this stuff is. It's all an argument about this word and that word and what do they mean here. And some of it, it's so intellectually. How can I say this? It chokes. It's choking. It chokes out the truth by the intellectuality that it brings. And I'm not saying like that it's not important, but at a certain point you have to step off that intellectual wagon and at least try to throw oneself in a spiritual way to see if any of this stuff is actually legit. And the problem is that the intellectual side, and very much geared and run by the ego, by the way, I mean, absolutely run by the ego. It is a huge block to a lot of people of really understanding. And the next book that I'm going to go into, which is going to be a rereading of the Gita, but with the most amazing commentary you have ever heard. You're going to, I think you guys will really appreciate that. But of course, this, because the Gita is about yoga, and I wanted to put this out here because every one of these, like I said, are all methods of yoga. So continuing, Darsana verse 73, yeah. So notes, in verse 69 to 73, Bhairava says that one can turn even a sensuous joy into the means of yoga. In the above verses, example of all sorts of sensuous joys have been given. Joy of sexual intercourse is an example of the pleasure of sparsa, contact. Joy at the sight of a friend is an example of pleasure of rupa, visual perception. Joy of delicious food is an example of rasa, taste. Joy derived from song is an example of the pleasure of sound, sabda. In each of these, the emphasis is on the meditation of the source of joy, which is spiritual. Leaving aside the various sensuous media, the aspirant should meditate on that fountain of all joy, which only trickles in small drops in all the joys of life. In verses 69 and 72, the examples given are only those of physical delight. In verses 73, the main example is of aesthetic rapture that one feels in listening to a melodious song. According to Shaiva aesthetics, there can be an aesthetic rapture only when the person experiencing that rapture has samadhi visranti, i.e., when his mind is withdrawn from everything around him and reposes in his essential self. The aesthetic delight is, therefore, a greater source of the experience of the spiritual self. And one more thing to add before I go to the next dharana is that in my state, when I was dancing in complete spiritual abandonment, it only happened, and it's funny because again, I just stumbled across this. Because when I dance, I breathe pretty hard, and then I would notice that I would be breathing hard, and then I would actively and intuitively slow my breath down while still continuing a physical exercise, the full-on dance that I would do. And that right there, for whatever, and that's when I discovered there's this sort of way that you can tap into this this amazing bliss, and just and when I brought my breath down to a very low breathing, even though my movements hadn't stopped, that's when it really hit me. And that's when I started, I could feel that I was sort of a part of every other person at that concert. And that the vibration of the music was just this one thing that was bouncing off of all of us into this one room. And man, did it, or one field, I should say, because many a times I was out in the field somewhere at a festival. And it just, wow, kind of leaves you speechless afterwards. Kind of sit back and you look at everything and everyone and then just, wow, it's amazing. Dharana 51, verse 74. Whenever the mind of the individual finds satisfaction without agitation, let it be concentrated on that. In every such case, the true nature of the highest bliss will manifest itself. And again, these are higher dharanas, so in practice, this is true. Because I can tell you now, I mean, even today, I could go out on my porch, have a conversation, and then we'll be staring out into my yard, and then boom, I'm lost into it. And sometimes my wife has to snap me out of it because she thinks I'm not listening to her, which I am, but I'm just absorbed in everything I'm seeing. So the notes of this is number one, tusti, literal. The satisfaction indicates deep, moving joy, not agitation of the mind. Tusti refers to that deep delight in which one forgets everything external, in which all thought constructs disappear, vikalpas. Number two, in which there is no agitation or kshobha of the mind. Number two of the main part, one has to plunge in the source of the delight. One will then find that it is the divine, the essential self of all. Dharana 52. When sleep has not yet fully appeared, i.e. when one is about to fall asleep and all the external objects, though present, have faded out of sight, then the state of between sleep and waking is one on which one should concentrate. In that state, the Supreme Goddess will reveal herself. Notes. Number one, the intermediate state between sleep and waking is the nirvikalpa state, i.e. a state in which all thought constructs have disappeared. This is the turiya, or transcendental state of consciousness. Number two, by concentrating on this thought-free state of consciousness, one will have an experience of the essential nature of self which transcends all thought constructs. Thus, one will have an experience of the divine nature. It is this divine nature which has been called Paradevi, the Supreme Goddess, or the Holy Spirit, right? Dharana 53, 76. One should fix one's gaze on a portion of the space that appears variegated with the sun's. Okay, let me go back. One should fix one's gaze on a portion of the space that appears variegated with the rays of the sun, lamp, etc. At that very place, the nature of one's essential self will manifest itself. Notes. Number one, the etc. includes moon, with whose light the sky appears variegated at night. Number two, under such circumstances, the yogi casts off the limitations of the objective consciousness and experiences the infinity of the spiritual consciousness. Dharana 54, verse 77. At the moment of the intuitive perception of the universe, there is manifested the supreme attainment through the Karankini, Brodana, Bhairavi, Lelana, and Kachari mudras. Notes. The Drastikali, yeah, is explained by Swami Lakshmanaju as on the occasion of the yogic practice, mudra, which is a posture, a hand posture, is a technical term meaning a particular disposition and control of the organs of the body as a help in concentration. It is called mudra because it gives the joy of spiritual consciousness. Karankini mudra is so called because it is the yogi views the world as the mere karanka or skeleton. It views the physical body as dissolved in the highest ether. It is the mudra or jnana siddhas, i.e. those who have become perfect in jnana or spiritual insight. Pradhana is mudra expressive of the krodha or anger. It assumes a tense, tight posture. It gathers up all the 24 tattvas from the earth up to prakriti into the corpus of mantra. It is the mudra of the mantra siddhas, i.e. those who have become perfect in mantra. Bhairavi mudra consists in keeping the eyes fixed externally without blinking, but making the gaze turned towards the inner reality. It withdraws everything into inner self and is the mudra of the Malapa siddhas. The Malapa means the supernatural power of the union of energies of the various organs. It also means the meeting of the siddhas and yoginis. Those who have become perfect in this matter are known as the Malapa siddhas. And very interestingly enough, too, in the Cathars in southern France, Languedoc, they were known as prefects, and a lot of the ways that, and I'm delving deep into this now because it'll be a subject for the much later videos as we continue to go back into history later on. But very similarly, these people acted just like this, with the same kind of ideas. The lihana is the mudra in which the yogi tastes the entire universe in his nature of essential I consciousness. It is the mudra of the Sakta siddhas. The kachari literally means that which moves in the sky or empty space. Ka, or empty space, is a simple symbol of consciousness. There are 4 kinds of kachari mudra. One kind is the mudra referred to in the Hatha Yoga Pradipika. It consists in turning the tongue backwards towards the palate inside the cranium. The second kind is one described by Kasamaraja in the Siva Sutra Vimarsini under the Sutra 5 of the second section. Quote, a yogi should be seated in the Padmasana lotus posture, erect like a stick, and should then fix his mind on the navel and should lead the mind up to Katrayas, or the 3 Saktis, Sakti Vyapini and Samana, situated in the space in the head. Holding the mind in that state, he should move it forward in the above triad. Putting himself in this condition, the great yogi acquires movement in the head. The third kind of kachari is described as the viveka martanda. The tongue should be turned back inside the cranium. The gaze should be directed towards the center in between the eyebrows. The fourth or highest kind of kachari mudra is the state in which the yogi remains in Shiva consciousness all the while, in which his consciousness moves in all things. This is the mudra of the Sambhava siddhas. And that's a practice right here. The one they're talking about, the tongue, like, there is a practice where you can actually bring the tongue back out of the mouth, through the throat, and actually all the way up to touch part of, I guess it's your, I forget the name of this part of your brain, but there's a spot where if you touch your tongue to it, supposedly this is where you can actually get a natural DMT from your brain, and that creates this. It gives you this, it's a physical connection of your body to basically give you that type of experience. I have yet to be able to experience that myself because I can't get my tongue back there, but I'm working on it. Deuteronomy 55, verse 78. I don't really make it a big point because I've already experienced so many amazing things through my spiritual development that, if and when it gets there, great. If not, it's fine with me too. Deuteronomy 55, verse 78. Translation: the aspirant should seat himself on a soft, cushioned seat, placing only one of the buttocks on the seat and leaving the hands and feet free without any support. Maintaining himself in this position, his intelligence will become highly sattvika and endowed with plenitude. And sattvika, or sattva, is like the good principle. Notes: number one, he should sit in a very relaxed position. Number two, his mind will acquire perfect ease in this position, and therefore rajas, agitation of the mind, and tamas, cloth, will disappear. His mind will experience perfect equilibrium, sattva, and this is an anava upaya. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So yeah, they're not telling you to sit with one butt cheek on the. But essentially, you need to be as comfortable as possible, to the point where like you have no discomfort, whether of the legs and whatever, because that's important, because that will take your mind out. Anything that takes your mind off of your goal is something in which you have to either change, or if it's an internal issue, i.e., if it's a vikalpa, a thought construct that you need to deal with, then deal with it, because otherwise you're not going to be able to. You have to pass these things, right? You have to deal with it mentally, spiritually, so that you can move forward. Those are all really important, and it's part of Jacob's ladder, guys. This is the whole upana and apana. This whole thing with the breath, and the rising kundalini going up and down. Okay, Jacob's ladder. I don't have it pulled up right now, but if you go and check out the video I did with the eagle and the snake, which I'm going to get back to hopefully soon. There's so much work to be done there, because it's a presentation and not a reading. But in that, I did read and did make the correlation that in that part, so Jacob, who then becomes Israel, who wrestles God, or the angel of God, right? Then becomes Israel, falls asleep on this stone, has this dream of Jacob's ladder, and the angel's coming up and the angel's going down, and then he wakes up from it, realizing it's a divine message, okay, i.e., it's a description of the Kundalini energy that one has to conquer, I say control, in order to reach, that heavenly state. And what does he do when he gets up? He gets up and he pulls up the rock, and he basically calls it a betel stone, anoints it just like one would anoint a Shiva linga. So there's something absolutely so connected between these different religions, and I was just trying to point out, even within many things that are within the New Testament are very similar wording, very similar ideas, and we'll be going into that big time in the next book, which will again we're revisiting the Bhagavad Gita, but this is a line by line commentary, which is incredible. So continuing, Dharana 56, verse 79, sitting comfortably on his seat and placing the two arms in the form of an arch overhead, the aspirant should fix his gaze in the armpits. As the mind gets absorbed in that posture of repose, it will experience great peace. Notes: this posture has been recommended for making the mind at ease. In this posture, one feels great peace. This is the Anava Upaya. Dharana 57, verse 80, translations: having fixed his gaze without blinking on a gross object, and directing his attention inward, and thus making his mind free of all prop of thought constructs, the aspirant acquires the state of Shiva without delay. And again, this is the same kind of thing where Course in Miracles has a very similar thing, because again, the ideas behind both of these, Shaivism, yoga, Course of Miracles, so many other things, are they're very, very close to each other. But yeah, it's that idea where you concentrate on an object and you realize that your identity within that object, and that object within your identity. And so they become, in that process of meditation, of this particular thing where your eyes are unblinking and staring at it, depending on where you're at, you will have those kind of feelings. But not only that, you'll have a visual representation of it that I'm not going to get into, because I'd rather you guys discover it on your own. The notes: number one, the word upari means on, is understood after by bhavasya. So this means fixing one gaze on a gross object. So it could be anything, right? A tree, it could be a table, it could be a mug on your table, it could be anything, right? A flower. Number two, niradhara, or without a prop, means free of all thought constructs, vikalpas. It is these vikalpas that serve as a prop for the mind. This is Bhairavi mudra and is upaya in the Sambhava. I haven't been reading this. Dharana 58, verse 81. If one maintains the mouth widely open, keeping the inverted tongue at the center, and fixing the mind in the middle of the open mouth, the voice The voice, and voices vowelless ha mentally, he will be dissolved in peace. Notes, number one, this refers to Kachari Mudra, which is described in the following way by Vivekamardanda. When the inverted tongue is made to enter the cavity of the cranium, touching the palate, and the gaze is fixed between the eyebrows, is Kachari Mudra. Now, you could just take your tongue and put it at the roof of your mouth, by the way. Number two, after effecting this mudra, one should keep his mind fixed on the middle of the open mouth. Prana goes on sounding hamsa inwardly, automatically, without cessation. When the tongue is inverted and stuck to the palate, the palatial sa cannot be pronounced. Ha alone of the formless hamsa remains. This ha has to be voiced in a vowelless manner, since it is not possible to utter vowelless anachka ha physically, and the Dharana says that it should be uttered mentally. So as the vowelless ha symbolizes pranasakti, its mental repetition develops prana, sakti, or madhya dasa, and thus one attains the state of his essential self and experiences peace. Dharana 59, verse 82, translation, seated on a soft seat or bed, one should contemplate on one's body as without support. By this contemplation, when all props of one's thought vanish, i.e., when one's mind becomes free of thought constructs, then in an instant all his old undesirable mental dispositions lying in the unconscious will also vanish. Note, though seated on a soft seat or bed, the aspirant should contemplate with firm belief that his body is without the support of any seat or bed whatsoever. In this way, his mind will become free of thought constructs which act like props, and when his mind becomes thought-free, then his habitual tendencies of thought, vasanas lying in the unconscious, will also vanish. This is Saktupaya. Dharana 60, verse 83, translation, O goddess, owing to the swinging of the body of a person seated on a moving vehicle, or owing to the self-caused swinging of his body slowly, his mental state becomes calm. Then he attains divyoga, I don't know how to say that one, and enjoys the bliss of supernal consciousness. Number one, if one is seated if one is seated in a cart or on a horseback or an elephant or any other moving vehicle, then owing to the movement of the vehicle, his body begins to swing to and fro, or he may himself make his body swing. In such a condition, he experiences a peculiar kind of joy, and his mind becomes introverted. Owing to the introversion of the mind, he experiences great peace, which may give him a taste of divine bliss. The word Oga, A-U-G-H-A, literally means flood, stream. In the context of yoga, it means, quote, continuous tradition of wisdom, unquote. Three kinds of auga are mentioned in the Tantras. The Manavvaga, I guess, Siddhvaga, and Divyahuaga. The tradition Jnana, spiritual insight, obtained through human gurus, which are spiritual directors, obviously, is known as Manyavvaga. That obtained through siddhas, perfect masters who have gone beyond human condition, is known as Siddhavvaga. That obtained through devas, gods, is known as Divyahuaga. This, Dharana 61, verse 84, translation, if one making himself thoroughly immobile beholds the pure cloudless sky with fixed eyes, at that very moment, O goddess, he will acquire the nature of bhairava. Well, whatever. Notes, this means, number one, this means the sense of the body should vanish and all thoughts and emotions should be completely arrested. Looking at the sky has been recommended because on account of the vastness of the sky, the beholder is apt to be lost in the sense of infinity. With fixed eyes means without blinking. Yep, another one without blinking. These are interesting exercises, guys, because your mind and your eyes certainly play tricks on you. Just try and stare at something without blinking for more than 5 minutes and see what happens. It's not easy to do. I'm going to tell you that much. And obviously do it sober. For smoking marijuana or something, it's not going to be so easy with some dry eyes. Dharana 62, verse 85, translation, the yogi should contemplate the entire open space or sky under the form of the essence of bhairava, or God or Jesus, and as dissolved in his, or the Holy Spirit, and as dissolved in his head, then the entire universe will be absorbed in the light of Bhairava. Interestingly enough, a lot of medieval artwork depicts Mary as always wearing a blue shawl, because she's always considered as the sky in a way, the firmament. Continuing notes, if the yogi by bhavana, creative contemplation, imagines the vast sky as an expression of Bhairava, or a Christ consciousness, and as being dissolved in the space inside his head, the space in his head will become the symbol of the infinity of Bhairava, and he will feel that the entire universe is bathed in the light of Bhairava, or God. Dharana 63, verse 86, translation, when the yogi knows the three states of consciousness vis-a-vis visva, waking, in which there is limited knowledge productive of duality. Number 2, taijas, dream, in which there is perception of the impressions of the exterior. And number 3, prajna, which is deep sleep, in which it is all darkness as only the form of Bhairava, Bhairavam Rupam. He is then filled with the splendor of infinite consciousness. Notes, number 1, as only the form of Bhairava means as the expression of the Tutriya, or the fourth state of consciousness, which is Bhairava. Number 2, in ordinary life, there is always subject-object duality. In the Turiya, or the fourth state of consciousness, the sense of duality disappears. It is the light of the essential self, or Bhairava. That is why it is said to be splendor of infinite consciousness. When the yogi knows all three states as only the expression of the fourth state, which is the state of Bhairava, he is filled with the infinite light of Bhairava. Now, isn't it interesting when you understand the expression of the fourth state, which is the state of Bhairava? What is that? That's a completion of essentially a cross formula, is it not? Right? And interestingly enough, in the book, I don't remember exactly where this was, in the Carl Jung's Psychology of Religions, East and West, but if you guys want to revisit that one, I did a whole section of it, which was, I think, part 5. I did it first before I started reading the book, because I like the chapter a lot, but the chapter is called the Quatrinity, if I'm not mistaken. And that really gets into the psychology of the cross and how, the cross itself represents all these 4 different kind of things, and that as a whole, it would include all things, including the essence of evil, i.e., the devil itself, which was expressed by one of the oldest church theologians, Origen, in his own writings. So, fascinatingly enough, we have a very similar idea here, because Origen talks about all things going back into God, into Christ, and that would also include the lowest form of consciousness, which would have been the devil. So, an interesting kind of correlation there. So, Dharana 64, 87. In the same way, at completely dark night and dark fortnight, by contemplating for long over the terrible circumambient darkness, the yogi will attain the nature of Bhairava. Notes, contemplation over darkness at dark night in the dark fortnight has been recommended, because in such darkness, distinct objects are not visible. So there is nothing to distract the attention. When one contemplates over darkness for long, one is filled with a sense of awe and uncanny mystery and easily slips into the mystic consciousness. It is at such an hour that the light of Bhairava makes its appearance and once acquires the nature of Bhairava. This is this is Bhaya Timirabhavana, or contemplation over external darkness with open eyes. Dharana 65, verse 88, translation, similarly, even during the absence of dark fortnight, the aspirant should at first contemplate over terrible darkness in front of him by closing his eyes. Then later should contemplate over the dark, terrible form of Bhairava in front with eyes wide open. Thus will he become identified with him. Notes, this verse points to the transition from Nimilana to Unmilana Samadhi. After the Nimilana Samadhi, the aspirant goes into the Unmilana Samadhi, i.e., he contemplates over the form of Bhairava with eyes wide open. He will find his mind swallowed up in the nature of Bhairava and will realize his identity with him. Dharana 66, verse 89. When some organ of sense is obstructed in its function by some external cause or in the natural course by self-imposed device, then the aspirant becomes introverted, his mind is absorbed in a void that transcends all duality, and there itself is his essential self is revealed. Let me read that again because I kind of butchered it. When some organ of sense is obstructed in its function by some external cause or in the natural course or by self-imposed device, then the aspirant becomes introverted. His mind is absorbed in a void that transcends all duality, and there itself his essential self is revealed. Notes, as the particular organ of sense is unable to establish contact with the external world, there arises a feeling of vacuity in that organ. When the aspirant becomes introverted, he gets absorbed in that void where the duality of subject and object does not exist, and forthwith the essential self of the aspirant is revealed. Dharana 67, verse 90, translation: If one recites the letter A without bindu or visarga, then O goddess Paramesvara, a magnificent torrent of wisdom appears suddenly. Bindu in this context indicates the anusvara or dot on a letter, which is the symbol of nasal pronunciation. And is, of course, meant to be the dot between your forehead, right? Visarga indicates two dots placed one upon the other immediately after a letter, which symbolizes the articulation of a letter with H sound. Thus A with bindu would be AM, and A with visarga would be AH. So here we are, the construction of the Om, I'm imagining. And the sounding with A, anusvara, i.e. as Am, there will be an inhalation, paruka, in the sounding A with visarga, i.e. AH, there will be an exhalation. Rachaka, the above Dharana, says that the letter A should be recited without a bindu, i.e. without an anusvara, and also without a visarga, without the H sound, i.e. neither with inhalation nor with exhalation. This implies that the letter A should be recited in a kumbhaka state, i.e. in a state of retention of the breath, as in A. So I'm not exactly sure what they mean by that. Swami Lakshmana Ju interprets it occurring in the commentary in a different way. According to him, in the posture of the Chakita Mudra, in this posture, the mouth is wide open and the tongue is held back. In this posture, A can neither be recited with the anusvara nor with a visarga. The aspirant will be automatically compelled to contemplate over A only mentally. In sounding A with anusvara, i.e. as Am, there will be inhalation, a paruka, and in sounding A with visarga, i.e. as AH, there will be an exhalation. Above, Dharana says that the letter A should be recited without a bindu, without an anusvara, and without a visarga, i.e. neither with inhalation nor with exhalation, neither with paruka nor with rachaka. This implies that the letter A should be recited in a kumbhaka state, i.e. in the state of retention of the breath, as in A. Okay, so it's silent. Why of all the letters has particularly A have been selected for recitation? The reason is firstly that the letter A is the initial letter of the alphabet. It is the source and origin of all other letters. It is neither generated out of any other letter, nor is it dissolved in any other letter. Secondly, it symbolizes Anuttara, the absolute, the state in which, beyond description, the state in which Shiva and Sakti are in indistinguishable unity. The recitation of A, therefore, betokens the longing of the soul for Shiva Sakti Samarasya, the state of harmonious fusion of Shiva Sakti, a nostalgia for its ultimate source. Thirdly, A represents Aham, the perfect I consciousness of the Absolute. Therefore, the contemplation of A establishes one in the absolute I consciousness of Shiva. Lastly, the recitation of A without anusarva or visarga in the kumbhaka state or in the Chakita Mudra makes the mind nirvikalpa, i.e. freed of all dichotomizing thought constructs, and suddenly in this state appears Paramasvara, the highest Lord, the flood of divine wisdom. And interestingly enough, guys, the A is also the same thing in Kabbalistic the Kabbalah. It's also the same thing in the Egyptian hieroglyphs. It's also the same thing in the alphabet of the Phoenicians, and on it goes. I'm not mistaken, also the same thing in the Mayan language as well. Anyways, continuing, Dharana 68, verse 91. When one fixes his mind free of all props on the end of the visarga of a letter coupled with a visarga, then being completely introverted, he enters the eternal Brahman. Let's see here. Notes, Abhivinagupta says the visarga connotes the creative power of the Supreme. Quoting from the Tantraloka 3, Anuttara is the highest plane of reality that is known as the Akula, the state of manifestation or emanation. Visarga is the Koluki, or the Koluki power, or the Kauliki Sakti of the Supreme Lord. Sivupadayaya quotes another verse to show that the Visarga is the creative power of the Supreme, and it is out of this Visarga that the entire cosmos emerges. This is very interesting, you guys, because this is very similar to what the Kabbalah kind of teaches. Very, very similar. Quoting, the highest Sakti of Akula, Shiva, is known as Koliki. The Kauliki Sakti is the same as Visarga. It is from Visarga that the entire world has emanated. Visarga is represented in writing by two dots placed perpendicularly one upon the other immediately after a letter, and in speech it is represented by the sound H. The sound H represents the creative energy. And of course, it's represented through breathing. Now, when the aspirant fixes his mind on the end of the Visarga, which is the symbol of manifestation, his mind is detached from all manifestation and easily slips into the void. He is now steeped in the silence of Brahman. There you go. So, Dharana 69, verse 92, translation, when one concentrates on oneself in the form of a vast firmament, unlimited in any direction whatsoever, then this Chitti, Sakti, freed of all props, reveals herself, which is the essential self of the aspirant. Notes, number one has to concentrate on oneself as a vast sky, unlimited by any form, adjunct, or direction. In such a frame of mind, the Siddhi Sakti, the divine power of consciousness, is freed from all thought constructs and shines on in its nirvikalpa state, which is the essential nature of self. Thus, the aspirant is established in his essential self. Dharana 70, verse 93. Translation. If one pierces at first any limb of one's body with sharp-pointed needle, etc., then concentrates on that very spot, then, owing to the intensity of one-pointed awareness, one has access to the pure nature of bhairava. Notes, in intensity of attention, whether due to pleasure or pain, there is one-pointedness of mind, and in that state the nature of the essential self is revealed. Dharana 71, verse 94. One should contemplate thus, within me the inner psychic apparatus consisting of chitta, etc., does not exist. In the absence of thought constructs, he will be completely rid of all thought constructs, vikalpas, and will abide as pure consciousness, Suddha Chaitanya, which is his essential self. And Suddha Chaitanya, if I'm not mistaken, is also considered to be the exact same as Christ consciousness, which we will be getting to way more in the next breakdown of the Bhagavad Gita. Notes, when one becomes fully convinced by bhavana contemplation that he is not his psychic apparatus consisting of manas, buddhi, and amkara, mind, the ascertaining intellect, and the ego, with which he is always identified, then his mind ceases to form vikalpas, thought constructs. His essential nature, which transcends all vikalpas, is revealed. And this is something that is true in terms of gaining, when you start to really go further along in your spiritual kind of, path, you definitely start to become less reactionary and a hell of a lot more aware of thought constructs in general, not just, your own, very much so, because those are the ones you have to address first and foremost. But as you do address those first and foremost, you start to see in an absolute clarity that those exact thought constructs are just floating around you everywhere in everyone else's mind. which kind of makes it kind of interesting, because you really do come to this realization that we really aren't all that different from each other, and that's a really important thing. That's a really important thing to make, to keep in mind, because that's something on your daily life, in the way that you think, the way that you perceive nature and your life and all the things going on around you. It changes all those things, and you have a whole different viewpoint. You have a whole different level of intuition. It is pretty amazing. That's pretty much the only thing I can really say about it, because it's really hard to explain in words. So continuing, Duranda 72. Translation: Maya is delusive. The function of kala is limited activity. Of vidya, it is limited knowledge, etc. Considering the functions of the various tattvas, constitutive principles, so in this way, one does not remain separate any longer. Notes: Abhimanav thus defines Maya Sakti as she veils the essential self and thus proves delusive. And isn't that interesting that Sakti veils the essential self? And we have also, in the Egyptian religions, you have Isis, who is always considered to be veiled in the very same exact kind of ways. Those mythologies and these kinds of informations are more connected than one could even imagine. Eventually we'll get to that and we'll make those connections. But in the meantime, let's continue learning. Quote, the power of Maya shows itself in manifesting undiluted diversity and in bringing about the identity of self with the not-self, such as sunya, void, buddhi, and the body. The yogi fully understands that Maya subjects everyone to her charm. She brings about a sense of difference in life, which is essentially one whole, and through her kanchukas, coverings, vis-a-vis kala, vidya, raga, kala, and niyati, affect limitation in respect of activity, knowledge, desire, time, causality, and space. Being fully aware of the limited functions of the tattvas and the delusive power of Maya, the yogi does not lose sight of the wholeness of reality and therefore does not cut himself adrift from it. Rather, by unmilana and samadhi, he views the entire manifestation as the expression of Shiva and is thus chock full of a deep sense of relatedness. In the reading, Kalayana Prathag Bhavat is adopted. The meaning would be, quote, such a person becomes isolated and is established in his essential self. Dharana 73, verse 96, translation: having observed a desire that has sprung up, the aspirant should put an end to it immediately. It will be absorbed in that very place from which it arose. Notes: when the mind of the aspirant becomes introverted and he considers his essential self as completely separate from his desire, which is only a play of the mind, which is not self, then desires dissolve in the mind, even as waves rising on the surface of the sea dissolve in the sea itself. If another desire arises, the best means of putting an end to the desire is to shift the attention from the desire to the underlying spiritual reality, the creative moment between the two desires known as unmesha. Dharana 74, verse 97. That's a good one. I like that one. When desire or knowledge or activity has not arisen in me, then what am I in that condition? In verity, I am in that condition that reality itself, i.e. Chidananda, or consciousness bliss. Therefore, the aspirant should always contemplate, I am Chidananda, or consciousness bliss. Thus he will be absorbed in that reality, talinas, and will become identified with it, tananma. Notes: the desire, knowledge, and activity of the ego are not the desire, knowledge, and activity of the essential self. When the aspirant realizes and practices the bhavana and the self and the essential self, who is always pure consciousness bliss, he will rise above his ego and will be dissolved in his essential self. And again, the idea of rising above your ego is another way of saying, of bringing up that kundalini energy and rising above the physical nature of your body. Dharana 75, verse 98, translation: when a desire or knowledge or activity appears, the aspirant should, with the mind withdrawn from all objects of desire, knowledge, etc., fix his mind on it, desire, knowledge, etc., as the very self, when he will have the realization of the essential reality. Notes: when the mind is withdrawn from the object of desire, knowledge, etc., and is fixed on the desire, knowledge as the very self, as a sakti of the divine, then the mind is rid of vikalpas, and the aspirant has the realization of reality. Dharana 76, verse 99. All knowledge is without cause, without base, and deceptive, from the point of view of absolute reality. This knowledge does not belong to any person. When one is given wholly to this contemplation, then, O dear one becomes Shiva, or Christ. Notes: this bhavana is the device for entering the heart, i.e., the mystic center of reality. Abhivinagupta designates it as the Sarvatma Kanchoka in Chantraloka 5, and Jairatha in his commentary quotes this verse as an example of the Sarvatma Sanchoka. In this consists in rejecting everything external and entering completely within oneself by means of Nimilana Samadhi, ecstasy with closed eyes. The reality of every object is rejected, and also its association with the subject. In this way, both Janata, knower, subject, and Jnana, known, object, are rejected. Only Jnana or Vijiiana remains, which is bhairava. Vijiiana is the base of everything subjective or objective, and that is the sole reality. And this is Saktopaya. Dharana 77, verse 100. The same self characterized by consciousness is present in all the bodies. There is no difference in it anywhere. Therefore, a person realizing that everything, in essence, is the same consciousness triumphantly rises above transmigratory existence. There you go. Notes: Kasimaraja has quoted this verse in his commentary on the first sutra, or Siva Sutra, and has aptly pointed out that the Chaitanya, or consciousness, does not mean simply jnana, or knowledge, but also kriya, or autonomous activity. A person who realizes that the self characterized by consciousness is the same in all form as Sadasiva, down to the tiniest worm, has become identified with that essential self, and acquires the consciousness of samatha, essential oneness. He is, therefore, liberated and is no longer subject to birth and death. Yes, this is an important one, and it seems like an impossibility, but is really just a question of how good are you, how good is a person at controlling one's mind to be able to bring yourselves to these states. They're not impossible, not at all. Dharana 78, verse 101, if one succeeds in immobilizing his mind, i.e., in making it one-pointed when he is under a sway of desire, anger, greed, infatuation, arrogance, envy, then the reality underlying these states alone subsists. Notes: when an aspirant is under the domination of any strong emotion, he should disassociate his mind from the object of the emotion and concentrate deeply on the emotion itself without either accepting it or rejecting it. He should withdraw his mind from everything external and turn it within, even as a tortoise withdraws his limbs within its shell on the occasion of a great danger. When he is thus intensely introverted and the passion becomes calmed like a charmed snake, all the kalpas are shed like leaves in autumn. Such abrupt introversion puts the aspirant in contact with the infinite spiritual energy surging within, known as spanda. Then he is filled with the bliss of divine consciousness, Chidananda. This means is known as Atma Sankocha, or the Sakti Sankocha. Thus, even a strong passion may lead a cautious yogi to spiritual bliss. Now, I want to make a quick note of this too. When you are dealing with any of these strong emotions, if you are practicing your meditation and you are getting, you're taking those steps up the ladder one bit at a time, as you start to gain sort of this spiritual calmness, and I do mean just an absolute peaceful bliss, as you start to attain those things, your ego is going to fight and scream and kick as much as it can to try to keep you from reaching these goals. So, this is why the Nirvikalpa thing is constantly mentioned here, because the thought constructs are the ego's attempts at keeping you from realizing your essential spiritual self. And that's an important thing to realize. You shouldn't hate your ego, because it's just a part of yourself that is just, that is bought its, it's basically essentially invested its all of its being into the idea that it is not, that it is anything but spirit. But one of the things is that all these emotions are derivatives of the ego itself, and it's a not understanding of what it is, and it's a very tenuous hold on your mind, because it really, its sole purpose is complete control. And so it does this with desire, anger, greed, infatuation, arrogance, lust, envy, all these things. But one, if you guys are practicing in your meditation, the further along you go, you'll find that in situations that come up that are conflicting in any of these ways, you can quickly become internal with these ideas. And like it says here, when an aspirant is under domination of any strong emotion, he should disassociate his mind from the object of the emotion and concentrate deeply on the emotion itself, without either accepting it or rejecting it. And by doing that stuff, by drawing the situation inside and dividing yourself from the object and the emotion, one, you will have and again, this is like concentrating between the gaps, right? It's not giving either any of your attention, but trying to figure out what is the truth in the middle. And it's those moments in your life when they do come up, and as you practice your meditation, these are the kind of things that will tell you that that you are on a path that is not you will see the benefits from your meditation. Okay, and I'll say it in this way. I'll explain it to you this way. When you do get into a situation, somebody is attacking you verbally, emotionally, mentally, whatever. Mostly that, not really physically, because I would expect anyone to protect themselves in a physical attack. But a lot of the stuff we deal with is psychological, right? So when somebody comes up and says some crazy stuff to you, and it makes you feel in a certain way, do yourself a favor and withdraw yourself into your mind, into your third eye, and think about this thing. Think about, like I said, separate yourself from the emotion and the object itself. Find that inner part of it. Do not get upset, and allow your Christ consciousness, your Shiva consciousness, whatever you want to call it, the Holy Spirit, give yourself to the reality of what's happening, and allow your intuition to come to you in between those gaps. You will be absolutely amazed on how you will start to change in the way that you deal with problems, the way you deal with situations. It almost becomes an ease thing. As a matter of fact, as a great example, when I did the first part of this last weekend, or was it Monday? I forget what it was. But before I started doing the stream, my wife got really angry at me and sent me a whole bunch of these extremely horrible messages that I will not be repeating here. But essentially, she was having this horrible emotional reaction to the loss of one of our farm animals, and she was throwing it all on me. And if you go back and listen to that, do I sound like I'm distressed? For a lot of people I know, they would take that and unfortunately it would destroy their day. To me, I understood completely why and how and where she was coming from, and it didn't bother me at all. I could completely conceptualize on a spiritual level what was happening, and it didn't, and I just let it go. And as you can see, if you go back and listen to me, I don't sound distressed whatsoever when I was reading that book. So just as this is an important one, because this is like an everyday type of thing right here. This is the kind of thing where a method like this can really help you wrap your sort of personal reactive principles, into something where you can control it. So, Dharana 79, verse 102, if one perceives the cosmos as mere jugglery conjured up by some magician, or as the configuration of a painting, or as illusory as the movement of trees, etc., appearing to people seated on a moving boat, and contemplates deeply over this fact, then he will experience great happiness. Notes Jairatha in his commentary on, the Chantraloka 5, quotes this verse also as an example of the Sarvatma Sankocha. Dharana 80, verse 103, translation, neither should one dwell on suffering nor on pleasure, O goddess Bhairavi. It should be known that what reality subsists is in the middle of both, the opposites. Notes, both pleasure and suffering are the characteristic of Antakarana, or the inner psychic apparatus, that which is beyond the pair of opposites, like suffering and pleasure, which abides unaffected by both, which witnesses both without being involved in them. That is reality. That is essential self. One should concentrate on and be identified with that reality. Dharana 81, verse 104. After rejecting attachment to one's body, one should, with firm mind and with a vision which has no consideration for anything else, contemplate thus, quote, I am everywhere, unquote. He will then enjoy supernal happiness. This is another one of these that is almost identical to the Course in Miracles meditative daily exercises. Notes, in this dharana, there are two main ideas, one negative and another positive. The negative one is, I am not my body, nor am I confined to any particular place or time. The positive one is, I am everywhere. By this practice, one becomes identified with Shiva Sakti and acquires cosmic consciousness. In verse 100, one has to practice the bhavana or chit of consciousness in all bodies, in every form of existence. In the present dharana, one has to practice the expansion of his own consciousness in all forms of beings. Sivopadhyaya points out in his commentary a further difference between the idea contained in verse 100 and the present one. In the present verse, the bhavana recommended is sarvam, idam, aham, all this is myself, which is the paramarsa, or the consciousness of Sadasiva, or Isvara. In verse 100, it is chit, or consciousness, as such, whose omnipresence has been emphasized. In other words, the plane referred to in verse 100 is that of Shiva, whereas the plane referred to in the present verse is that of Sadasiva, or Isvara. Dharana 82, verse 105. Translation: knowledge, desire, etc. do not appear only within me, they appear everywhere, in jars and other objects. Contemplating thus, one becomes all-pervasive. That's an interesting comment, because Sadhguru many times has expressed that he is not a well-read guy, and that the only thing he needs to do is go inside of himself, and the knowledge is right there for his choosing. And interestingly enough, the Christian mystic in America named, what was his name? The sleeping mystic, Edgar Cayce, actually expresses almost the same exact idea. He was able to essentially lock down his subconscious mind and be able to travel in any time and space, find any answer to any question, which he was very famous for. So, continuing notes on this one. In this verse, the icha, or desire, has reference to action. This verse points out the fact that jnana and kriya are not the same monopoly, only of the monopoly only of the human being. They are universal, i.e., common to everything in the universe. This dharana suggests that if one contemplates over the fact of knowledge and desire being common to every existent in the universe, he will acquire consciousness of unity. Man usually thinks that there is nothing common between him and a jar or a tree, but if he comes to realize that jnana and kriya are the common characteristics of all manifestation, that all are co-sharers of this divine gift, we will shed this insularity and feel his kinship with all. Isn't that interesting? Because that's very much about what quantum physics is discovering about the quote-unquote physical or not-so-physical worlds. As Abhimanyu puts it, it is one and the same self that shines as one's own self as well as selves of others, unquote. And in this connection, he quotes the following verse of the Somananda Sivadristi, quote, the jar is one with myself at the time of my desire to know, and therefore knows as one with myself. Let me go back. The jar, parentheses, is one with myself at the time of my desire to know, and therefore, close parentheses, knows as one with myself. I am one with the jar in knowing. I know as Sadasiva, and Sadasiva knows as myself. It is Siva alone who abides, knowing himself through all the existence. After this quotation, Abhimanyu makes the following concluding remarks. Quote, thus those who have not been altogether soiled by the dust of the chatter of logicians in the matter of this knowledge get absorbed in Isvara, the divine, when they realize through the above identity of the individual self with Isvara, the divine, and merge everything such as jar, body, prana, pleasure, and even their non-being in him. The verse 106 does not contain any separate dharana. This only gives the special characteristic of a yogi and reinforces the idea contained in the previous dharana. And isn't it fascinating, guys? And I'm going to be pointing this out in the more of the presentation, but one of the things that I'm finding is that it really does seem like the Phoenician Canaanites have some kind of cultural, religious connection here, because a jar, in the representation of a jar itself and the spiritual representation of a jar, as we're seeing here, and as we will also see when we get into the Tantra Loka books, fascinatingly, in some of these, let's say, funeral stele and kind of what people would say headstones or whatever of some of these Phoenicians, but especially in Carthage. But you find depictions on the actual stone of a jar. And it's strange. I find it interesting. I've never heard any contemporary scholar really explain that. But the thing is that they also have decorated some of their stones to look just like a Shiva Linga or a Durga stone or whatever, or the Sakti, because they're different. They have the eyes, the eyebrows, the dot in the middle. I'll be showing that eventually in the presentations, because I'm gonna have to line up all my sources, write it all out, get all the images and stuff together. It's a big project. It's kind of like making a movie. So continuing, verse 106, the consciousness of objects and subject is common to all the embodied ones. The yogis have, however, this distinction that they are mindful of this relation. Notes: the object is always related to the subject. Without this relation to the subject, there is no such thing as an object. Ordinary people get lost in the object. They forget the self and the knower. The real knower is the witnessing awareness from which the subject arises and in which it rests. The yogi is, however, always mindful of that witnessing awareness, which alone is the subject of everything, which is always a subject and never an object. Dharana 83, number 107, verse 107, one should, leaving aside the need of his own body, in other cases, contemplate that the same consciousness is present in other bodies as in his own. Thus he will become all-pervasive in a few days. Notes: a body is not necessary for thinking or for consciousness. Everybody has an experience of consciousness apart from the body. In dream, one has a consciousness apart from the gross body. In deep sleep, one has consciousness apart from the subtle body. In the fourth state of experience, Turiya, one has consciousness apart from the casual body, Karana Sarira. So it is clear that a body is not a necessary medium for consciousness. Knowing this from his personal experience, the aspirant should contemplate that his consciousness is not confined to his own body, but is all-pervasive. Thus, he will realize the all-pervasiveness of consciousness, which is the nature of Bhairava. Dharana 84, verse 108, translation: having freed the mind of all supports, one should refrain from all thought constructs. Then, O gazelle-eyed one, there will be the state of Bhairava and the self that has become the absolute self. All right, notes. All supports, including both external support such as perception of objects and an internal support such as imagination, fancies, concepts, pleasure, pain, etc., he should completely rid of vikalpas, savikalpa, activity of mind with thought constructs, is the state of the psychological individual or the empirical self. Nirvikalpa, activity of consciousness without dichotomizing thought constructs, is the state of spiritual self, the witnessing consciousness of all states. All right, I'm going to read. Okay, I think I'm in a good spot here where maybe I can take a break. I guess we'll find out. Or Dharana 85. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to take a 10-minute break. I would have taken a longer one, but I want to finish this, so I'll hold off on eating a meal. So let me go ahead and put the break sign on. Put the break sign on. All right, here we are. All right, so I'll give you guys a little ode to joy to listen to. I'll be back in between 5 and 10 minutes. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Here we go. Excuse me. I'm going to take a quick drink. Okay, so verse Dharana 85, verse 109. Whoops, I'm still on the wrong page here. Okay, translation. The highest Lord is omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent. Quote, since I have the attributes of Shiva, Christ, I am the same as the highest Lord. With this firm conviction, one becomes Shiva. And yet again, I'll bring out the fact that Christ says that, one has to go through me in order to get to the Father. It's the same exact idea being represented here. This is the notes. This is the dharana of the first phase of the pratyabhijna, or the recognition. Man is Shiva, already in essence, or man is Christ, already in essence. The essential reality in him has put on the mask of jiva. When the jiva intensely recognizes his essential reality, the mask is thrown off. The stage of vilaya, or veiling, disappears. Anugara, grace, is operative now, and the jiva becomes Shiva, or Christ, as he was in reality. And let me just, I have this still on. I can hear myself talk. It's just distracting. Okay, and verse 80, or Dharana 86, verse 110, translation, just as waves arise from water, flames from fire, rays from the sun, even so the waves, variegated aspects of the universe, have arisen in differentiated forms from me, i.e. Bhairava. And you guys are going to see these kinds of correlations a lot in the future. But as we start to think about the ideas of water and fire and rays from the sun, as when we see these things represented in various other spiritual books like the Old and New Testament, for example, and various other things, realize that they may actually not be talking about physical water or physical fire, rays of the sun. These are all allegorical, like you say, like it says here, variegated aspects of the universe have arisen in differentiated forms from God itself. And so keep this in mind when you go back and you read these texts. Are they really saying what they're saying here, or what? Because there's a lot more coding behind so much of these writings that people, especially those who are intellectually bound up in these things, seem to be blinded in seeing that. So, continuing notes. This is the dharana of the second phase of. I think I already read that, didn't I? No, I did not. Pratyabhijna. The first phase of pratyabhijna recognition consists of recognizing the maybe I did read this. The second phase consists of recognizing the fact that yes, okay. All right, so continuing, Dharana 87, verse 111. When one whirls his body round and falls down swiftly on the earth, then on the cessation of the energy of commotion, there appears supreme spiritual condition. Interesting. Dharana 88, verse 112. So I guess they're saying concentrate on the feeling of unbalancedness, I suppose. And they didn't really give us notes on that. Oh, here are the notes. Okay. On account of the lack of power to apprehend objects of knowledge, or on account of sheer ignorance, there is dissolution of mind leading to absorption in anasrita sakti. Then at the end of the cessation of commotion brought about by that absorption, there appears the form of Bhairava, i.e. his essential nature. Notes on 111 and 112. Both these verses refer to the condition of mind at the end of some intense commotion. Verses 111 refers to the state of mind brought about by commotion set up by physical condition. Verses 112 refers to a state of mind brought about by commotion set up by intellectual impasse. When there is a deep stirring of the mind, either by some physical condition or by some obstinate questioning or doubt, after the momentary commotion has ceased, the normal mind is completely stilled. Vikalpas, thought constructs, are laid to rest, and there is an invasion of truth from a higher plane of consciousness. Such a moment is revealed, the essential nature of Bhairava. Dharana, verses 113 and 114. Translation. O goddess, listen, I am going to tell you this mystic tradition in its entirety. If the eyes are fixed without blinking on the reality within, isolation, kaivalya, will occur immediately, contracting the openings of the ears and similarly the openings of the anus and penis, and then meditating on the interior impactless sounds of anahata davani. Without vowel and without consonant, one enters the internal Brahman. Notes. This guy refers to Bhairavi or Bhairava mudra, which the eyes are open outside without blinking, but the attention is turned on the reality within. In such a state, one is freed from all thought constructs and is identified with Shiva. Kasemaraja has quoted the verse in his Udya commentary on the Savachanda Tantra and interprets it in the following way. Quote, rejecting the sight of the external world by Bhairavi Mudra, the aspirant enjoys peace inasmuch as his desires are abolished and the entire network of Vikalpas is destroyed. Unquote. It should be borne in mind that the Kaivala isolation recommended by the non-dualistic Saiva philosophy is different from the one advocated by Sankhya Yoga. In accordance with its dualistic standpoint, Sankhya Yoga believes that there is nothing common between Purusa and Prakriti, and therefore Kaivala, according to it, means complete isolation from Prakriti and hence from the universe. In Saiva philosophy, it means the disappearance of the externality of the world and its contraction in Siva, with whom the experient is identified in Kaivalya. The imperceptible, inaudible, unstruck sound without a vowel or consonant would be the Sanskrit, i.e. bindu, dot, only minus the vowel a. The bindu by itself represents Shiva. The inaudible sound without consonant or vowel would be pure visarga, i.e. the visarga without an a. So that H sound, the breath sound. This pure visarga represents Sakti, since the interior sound being anahata cannot be heard and being without vowel or consonant cannot be uttered. It can only be meditated upon. Since bindu without vowel or consonant represents Shiva, this particular meditation is meant to assist the jiva, the empirical soul, to return to Shiva, or to Christ consciousness. By the above practice, the yogi enters Brahma Sanatanam, i.e. the Sabda Brahman, who is the origin of all sound and therefore all manifestation, is eternal and above all difference in manifestation. By practicing the above dharana, the yogi acquires wonderful vitality which enables him to enter Brahman, who represents the union of Shiva and Sakti, and thus of Ananda, pure supreme bliss, and Svatantriya, supreme autonomy. This is what Abhyavanagupta says in the Paratrimska, and he says, they don't give me the translation, so I'll skip that. Dharana 90, verse 115, if one stands above a very deep well, etc., and fixes his eye on the space inside the well without blinking, his understanding becomes freed of Vikalpa's thought constructs completely, and immediately he definitely experiences dissolution of the mind. That's interesting. This is very similar one from earlier about him, of a yogi concentrating in the space inside a jar. So, notes, if the yogi fixes his gaze without blinking of the eyes for a long time on the space inside a well, deep, or in the summit of a mountain, he feels giddiness and has a sense of fear. And this state, spanda, or the inner dynamic reality, throws him off his normal consciousness, and if he has already developed mati, or intuitive understanding by pure living, it is freed of Vikalpas in an instant, and his normal consciousness is dissolved in a consciousness of higher dimension. And he experiences surpassing peace. Dharana 91, verse 116, wherever the mind goes, whether towards the exterior or towards the interior, everywhere there is the state of Shiva. Since Shiva is omnipresent, where can the mind go to avoid him? Notes, this verse has two aspects, one metaphysical, the other mystic. The metaphysical aspect maintains that everything in the universe, subjective or objective, is Shiva. The mystic aspect says that since everything is Shiva, the aspirant need not to be perturbed if he is unable to concentrate on some mysterious universal reality. Whatever attracts the mind, whether it be something external like a jar, or some color like blue, yellow, etc., or whether it's something internal, an emotion, a thought, let that be taken as Shiva with full conviction and be made an object of meditation. The result will be surprising. The particular object or emotion or thought being meditated upon as Shiva can no longer stand out as something different from Shiva, something isolated from the universal stream of consciousness, but is bound to appear as that universal consciousness itself in that particular aspect. It will thus drive away from the mind of all the aspirants all the selfish and sensuous desires. It will free his mind of useless vikalpas, thought constructs, and will ensure his entry into the divine consciousness. Now, this whole note thing is very connective to, again, the Course in Miracles book, where it's not about Shiva, but it's about Jesus and that Christ mind, what they call the Christ mind, or Christ consciousness is what other people would call it. But it teaches you this exact same idea. I mean, 100% exact same idea. There is no differentiation. Let's see, there you go. There's no differentiation of anything. It's all just part of that pure Christ's spirit, as they explain it in the Course of Miracles. Here, obviously, it is explained in terms of Shiva itself. But that's the reason why, one of the big reasons I am reading this yet again, is because I want to show how very similar so many of these various things are. So continuing, Dharana 92, translation, on every occasion that the consciousness of the omnipresent reality, Chaitanyam Vibhoa, I don't know, is revealed through the sensory organs, since it is the characteristic only of the universal consciousness, one should contemplate over the consciousness appearing through the sensory organs as the pure universal consciousness. Thus, his mind will be dissolved in the universal consciousness. He will attain the essence of plenitude, which is the characteristics of Bhairava. And also, by the way, this section here, if I'm not again, I'm sorry for misquoting this, but Jesus says something to the effect of, if you give yourself wholly to God, then all these things you worried about will come unto you. I know I'm butchering that quote, but I think those of you who know your Bible quotes will know exactly which one I'm talking about, because that this is saying the same exact thing. Yet again, saying the same thing, so just keep that in mind. I just thought that was pretty interesting. Okay, so Dharana 93, verse 118. At the commencement and end of sneeze, in terror, in sorrow, in the condition of a deep sigh, or on the occasion of a flight from the battlefield, during keen curiosity, at the commencement of or end of hunger, the state is that of Brahma. Note, the word gavara means both a cavern or deep sigh. As most of the conditions mentioned are psychophysical or emotional, the word gavara has been taken in the sense of deep sigh. Whether it is insignificant condition like sneeze or hunger, or highly insignificant condition like terror, keen curiosity, or flight from the battlefield, whenever the ordinary normal consciousness receives a sudden jolt or shock, it is thrown back to its inmost depth and comes in contact with spanda, the pulsation of the deepest consciousness, the source of his being. It is a sudden and momentary state, but if the person is wide awake, he clings to it. From that moment, his life is completely changed. He becomes spiritually oriented. His energies are released from the hold of trivialities of life and are free to dive into the deeper recesses of consciousness. If one seizes this momentous opportunity, one enters the sanctuary of the higher life. If one simply lets it go by, one has lost the opportunity of his life, for this condition does not usually return. The Spanda Karika has mentioned a similar condition in the following verse, quote, when one is in extreme anger or experiences surpassing joy, or is in the state of impasse, not knowing what to do, or has to flee for his life, then in that supremely intense state of mind is established the Spanda principle, the creative pulsation of the divine consciousness. Dharana 94, 119, translation. At the sight of a land, when one lets go all the thought of remembered objects and concentrates only on the experience which was the basis of that memory, and makes his body supportless, then the Lord, who as the experience was the basis of the memory, appears. Notes. On remembering a particular object, the aspirant should ignore the memory of the object and fix his mind on the original experience, which is the basis of the memory. At the same time, he should detach himself mentally from the body, i.e., the psychosomatic organism in which the memory and the residual impressions are stored. In this state, his mind will be freed from I consciousness and the deposit of the residual impressions, vasana, and will be restored to its pristine form of pure experience. Pure consciousness. This pure consciousness or experience is the nature of Bhairava. Dharana 95, verse 120, translation, O goddess, or Holy Spirit. If one, after casting one's gaze on some object, withdraws it and slowly eliminates the knowledge of that object along with the thoughts and impressions of it, he abides in the void. Notes. The aspirant can eliminate the knowledge of the object along with its impression either 1, by Sunya Bhavana, or 2, by Bhairavi Mudra. Number 1, Sunya Bhavana is the imaginative contemplation that the whole world is unsubstantial, mere void. When the whole world is believed to be void, naturally a particular object in the world will also become void. Number 2, Bhairavi Mudra is a pose in which the eyes are opened externally without blinking, but the attention is turned to the inner essential self. Though the eyes are open, the aspirant sees nothing of the external world. This dharana teaches that the aspirant should fix his attention only on his essential self and withdraws it from everything else so that the external world loses its hold on him. Dharana 96, verse 121. Translation: the sort of intuition, mati, that emerges through the intensity of devotion in one who is perfectly detached is known as the sakti or sankara, or shankara. One should contemplate on it perpetually, then he becomes Shiva himself. Notes. One who is perfectly detached, i.e. not attached to sensuous pleasures and is devoted to God, develops mati. The word mati is used in the technical sense here. It means pure spiritual intuition that is dynamic. This mati is full of beneficial power, shankari sakti, that can transform and consecrate life. That is why dharana recommends contemplation on mati. There are 4 steps in this dharana. Number 1, one's value of life has to be totally changed. He should be completely detached from sensuous pleasures and trinkets of life. I completely agree with that. Number 2, he should be devoted to God. Indeed. Number 3, through the above 2, the mind of the aspirant will become purified, and then will emerge mati, which is spiritual intuition full of the power to transform life. She can remove all obstacles in the path of the aspirant. Number 4, the aspirant should perpetually contemplate on his mati, nityam bhaveyatam. She will completely transform his life, and then his mind will be dissolved in Siva. It should be borne in mind that bhakti, which means devotion, does not mean simply offering of flowers and burning incense. It means viewing God in all life and dedication of oneself to the divine in word, thought, and deed. And very similar, what's known as ahimsa in Hinduism is non-violence in both word, thought, and deed. So continuing, Dharana 97, verse 122. When one perceives a particular object, vacuity is established regarding all other objects. If one contemplates on this vacuity with mind freed of all thought, then even though the particular object is still known or perceived, the aspirant has full tranquility. Notes. When the aspirant contemplates on vacuity with mind freed of all thought, there is only the light of consciousness, chit prakasha, present and nothing else. There is no object to attract his attention. The result is that his differentiation-making mind is now at standstill. The sense of difference disappears from his mind, so even when the particular object which he had perceived is still present in the field of his consciousness, his differentiation-making mind is dissolved and he experiences wonderful peace. The present dharana is Saktopaya, though there is some similarity between this dharana and the dharana of number 95 described in verse 120, yet there is one particular difference between them. In dharana number 95, when one has known or perceived a particular object, he withdraws his attention from that particular object and contemplates over the sunyata or vacuity of that particular object and the impression connected with it, whereas in the present dharana, number 97, the aspirant, after perceiving one particular object, contemplates over the vacuity of all other objects. Dharana 98, verse 123, translation. That purity which is prescribed by people of little understanding is considered to be only impurity in the Saiva system. It should not be considered to be purity, rather it is impurity in reality. Therefore, one who has freed himself of vikalpas, dichotomizing thought constructs, alone attains happiness. And they keep mentioning dichotomizing thought constructs because they're trying to tell you that your entire idea of life in the world is basically set up by these dichotomizing thought constructs. Notes. The purity criticized in this verse refers only to physical purity like washing, bathing, etc. The Shaiva system refers to is the Trika system. This system does not lay any special store in external physical purity. It considers only mental purity to be real purity. Physical purity depends only on vikalpas, differentiating thought constructs, and it's centered around the body. And that's a very great point, right? Because in a lot of these religions across the world, including the Hinduism and the various branches of it, including Saivism, whatever, you have these elements of this priestly classes. You have the ritual. You have all these external things that you're supposed to follow. A long time ago, I realized that a lot of that is for people who don't get it, and it's just for their basically to involve their mind and spirit into a ritual in a mass or whatever, church or mosque or, whatever else other place you're going to go to, a temple, and using the group of spiritual energy as a way of sort of rising that kind of thing, rising up amongst all the people who are there. Because they do, ritual does have that aspect to it for sure. But in essence, like the reality is that it's there as a way. It's like it's a coding in a way, so that you maybe at some point make a realization that it's trying to tell you something else. So keep that in mind. Continuing, it considers only mental purity. Okay, physical purity depends. Therefore, the Trika system considers it only as an impurity from the higher spiritual point of view. It does not condemn physical purity as such. It condemns it only when it is considered to be a passport to spiritual life, when it is boosted at the cost of moral and spiritual purity. Is that not exactly what I was just saying? I mean, it's, and that's unfortunately with the way many churches and things has come down to. It's like they've taken these physical rules, and unfortunately, I would have to say some religions like Islam have taken it to an extreme degree. But they've taken these physical rules and they've essentially created more of a crux in a way, or I guess more of a barrier for people to really get into that spiritual mindset, because they think they have to do all these other things when it really is not the case. And I have to agree with this when it, as much as it might be a good thing to some people, I mean, unfortunately, it's also used as a method of control. Absolutely. And that's something that I've never understood that as being, in any sense of the word, a spiritual aspect of religion. I've always kind of, ever since I was a kid, never understood why it was so important to do all of these things, when in reality, like, God isn't, it doesn't bring you any closer, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? So continuing, in reality, that cannot be considered to be purity at all, which is based on vikalpas and the body. In the real sense, he alone who is pure, who has freed himself of vikalpa, and he alone can enjoy real happiness. And that's nirvikalpa, when you are freed. According to Swami Lakshmash Ju, the reading of this verse should be, quote, that which is considered to be purity by men of little understanding is in Trika philosophy neither purity nor impurity. One who rises above vikalpas alone is really happy, unquote. The real purity is not of the body. It consists of rising above vikalpas and getting absorbed in the supreme I consciousness. I mean, I can't disagree with anything that he just said. Dharana 99, verse 124, translation. The reality of bhairava is apparent everywhere, even among common folk who do not possess any particular sense of discrimination. One who knows thus, quote, there is nothing else than he, unquote, attains non-dual condition. Notes. This dharana does not require any particular practice of meditation. Bhairava is an ever-present reality to one who has an intense, deep-rooted conviction of two things, vis-a-vis one, everyone uses this first personal pronoun, I, even I think he means ignoramuses are conscious of this I. As Mahasvarananda puts it, quote, he whom even ignoramuses know, whom even portresses of water know well enough, to whom alone everyone makes a bow, who is master of Sakti power, there is the person whom he is not evident. How does every person know him? He knows him in the I consciousness, which is common to all. The pseudo-I, which everybody has to use willy-nilly, is only a symbol of the non-dual eternal I, throbbing in the heart of every creature. This eternal I, Vijnana or Chidananda, consciousness bliss, this is Bhairava, thus he is known internally to every body. And isn't it interesting, in the Old Testament, Yahweh claims that I am that I am, right? Interesting. Number 2, he is known externally, although through his Sakti power or energy, his manifestation in the cosmos. He who thus knows Bhairava both internally and externally is fully convinced of the fact that there is nothing else than Bhairava. He is a God-intoxicated person. To him, Bhairava is an ever-present reality. He is identified with Bhairava and thus enjoys the non-dual state perpetually. Dharana 100, verses 125. Because of the conviction that everything is full of Brahman, who is also the essential self of all, the aspirant has the same attitude towards friend and foe, remains the same both in honor and dishonor, and thus becomes his conviction vis-a-vis the conviction of the presence of Brahman everywhere. He is perpetually happy. Notes. Because of the conviction of the presence of Brahman, the divine reality, everywhere, the aspirant develops the consciousness of samatha, equality, and therefore has the same attitude of goodness towards all. It neither elates when he receives honor, nor is depressed when he is subjected to dishonor. The same idea occurs in Gita 5:18 and 14 and 25. All mental agitation disappears in his case. Being even-minded, he enjoys perpetual happiness. And I can absolutely attest that my happiness, and my internal perpetual happiness, is so much omnipresent in my life than I was 15, 20 years ago. And it's true, like I said earlier in this live stream, like yesterday when I did the first part of this, like I got mad negative stuff thrown at me, names, nasty, really terribly personally nasty things said to me, and I didn't care. And I didn't care because I understood what the deal was, so it is what it is. I'm going to take a quick drink real quick. Okay, so Dharana 101, verse 126, the aspirant should neither maintain the attitude of aversion nor of attachment towards anyone. Since he is freed of both aversion and attachment, there develops a Brahma Bhava, or the nature of divine consciousness, which is also the nature of the essential self in his heart. Notes. The consciousness of samatha, equality, is the main point in both these verses, 125 and 126. The only difference between the two is that in Dharana number 125, the aspirant has to acquire samatha by contemplating on the positive presence of Brahman everywhere, whereas in Dharana number 126, he has to acquire samatha by rejecting the attitude of both aversion and attachment. And as you guys can see, Brahman, here, or Brahma, in general, is referred to as an aspect of Shiva, not an actual God itself. Just wanted to point that out. Dharana 102, verse 127, translation, quote, that which cannot be known as an abject, that which cannot be grasped, i.e. that which is elusive, that which is void, that which penetrates even non-existence, all that should be contemplated as Bhairava, at the end of that contemplation will occur enlightenment. Notes. Number 1, the ultimate reality has been called avedya, or unknowable, in the sense that it is a vedaka, i.e. the eternal and ultimate subject of everything, and cannot be reduced to vedya, or object. Number 2, void, or sunya, Sivopadayaya, in his Vivtri commentary, quotes the following verse to show in that sense the word sunya is taken in Shrika philosophy. Quote, that which is free of all alambanas, of all tattvas, of the residual traces of all kleshas, that is sunya, or void. It is not void as such in its highest sense. The word alambana means support. It is either an objective existence like a jar or a blue color, etc., or an internal existence like a pleasure or pain or thought, etc. Bhairava, or the highest reality, is called sunya in the sense that he cannot be characterized or limited by any of these objects or subjective characteristics. He is free of all tattvas or constitutive principles. All constitutive principles derive their existence from him. Therefore, he cannot be characterized by these. He is free of all kleshas and their residual traces. The kleshas are avidya, or primal ignorance, asmita, or ego sense, raga or attachment, devesa or aversion, and abhinivesa, clinging to particular forms of life, fear of death. The highest reality is called sunya, or void, because it is free of all of these, not because it is not real. 3. Both existence. Isn't that interesting too, right? In the very beginning of the many of these creation stories, out of the void comes life, right? Number 3, both existence and non-existence owe their stance to that highest reality. It is the common ground for both existence and non-existence. Sivopadhyaya quotes in his connection the following significant verse from the Maharthamarjari. Quote, what is the difference between an existent flower and a sky flower which is non-existent? The universe derives its life from the divine creative flash. And that flash is the same everywhere. It is the common ground of both the existent and the non-existent, unquote. The power of the Supreme vis-a-vis Svatriya Sakti, known as the Spurhata or Mahasata, is present everywhere and is the common ground of everything existent or non-existent, in the words of the Uptaladeva. Quote, this power of universal consciousness is the inner creative flash which, through in itself unchanging, is the source of all change. It is the Mahasata, or absolute being, inasmuch as it is free to be anything. It is the source of all bhava or abhava, existent or non-existent. It is beyond the determination of space and time. It is being the essence of all is said to be the very heart of the Supreme Sovereign. Abhivanagupta's commentary on this is very enlightening. He says, the word sata, or being, is in this context used in a technical sense. It does not mean simply being. Quote, it indicates the essential nature of the agent is the fact of being, i.e. freedom in all actions. It is called Mahasata because it pervades even the sky flower, which is non-existent, unquote. This dharana therefore exhorts the aspirant that he should contemplate on Bhairava as totally free of all distinctive thought constructs, as foundational consciousness whose essential nature is Mahasata, the absolute freedom to appear in any way. He will then have full enlightenment. Dharana 103, verse 128. Translation, one should fix his mind on the external space which is eternal, without support, void, omnipresent, devoid of limitation. By this practice, he will be absorbed in non-space. Note, 2 important points have been made out in this dharana. Firstly, since it is not easy to concentrate on abstract void, I'll say, the aspirant has been advised to concentrate on the vast, illimitable external space, Kam or Akasha. The endless, eternal expanse of vacuity has generally been held to be the symbol of void. Brahman, purity, immensity. Therefore, the prolonged practice of concentration on the boundless external space, one acquires the capacity of concentrating on supportless objects, vacant reality. After this, one can, with facility, concentrate on the inner supportless, objectless reality, the spiritual consciousness, the met empirical self, or Atman, and thus can have the samavesa, or absorption into the nature of Bhairava, or Christ, which transcends all spatial, temporal, and empirical modalities. Secondly, in the previous verse, Bhairava has been designated as Sunya or Sunya Dhamma, the very abode of void. In the present verse, he has been designated as the Nirakasha, transcending all void, Ati Sunya or Asunya, non-void, the base and foundation of the void itself, and therefore Mahasamanya, Mahasata. Dharana 104, verse 129. Translation, towards whatever object the mind goes, one should remove it from there immediately by that very mind, and thus, by not allowing it to settle down there, i.e., by making it supportless, one will be free of agitation of the mind. Notes, the agitation of the mind can be removed by vairagya and abhyasa, i.e., by disinterestedness and practice, by withdrawing one's interest from one thing, from other things, and by repeated concentration on the object of meditation. Both the negative and the positive method should be practiced together. The negative method consists in withdrawing the attention from the object that distracts it, and the positive method consists in concentrating on the particular object of meditation. As the Bhagavad Gita puts it, Quote, in whichever direction the fluctuating and unsteady mind moves, it should be held back from that direction and brought under the control of the self. Dharana 105, verse 130. Translation, Bhairava is one with who is his luminous consciousness makes everything resound, or who, being of luminous consciousness, joined with Kriya Sakti, comprehends the whole universe, who gives everything, who pervades the entire cosmos. Therefore, by reciting the word Bhairava incessantly, one becomes Shiva. Notes, the hermeneutic etymology of the word Bhairava has been given in various ways in Trika philosophy. The important interpretations are given below. The word Bhairava is composed of 4 letters, Ba, Ai, Ra, Va. As you see the Sanskrit words here. Isn't it interesting? See, this looks like more than 4 letters to us, but these are 4 letters. Very similar to, Yahweh being 4 letters. Ba plus Ai, by the rule of Sandhi, the euphonic junction of final and initial letters becomes Bai. This Bai together with Ra, Va becomes Bhairava. Each one of these letters connotes certain important ideas. Ba is a word by itself which means light, i.e. light of consciousness in this context. I, according to Trika philosophy, is symbolic of Kriya Sakti, the power of activity. Rava connotes Ravayati, which in this context means Vimarsati, i.e. comprehends. So, according to this analogy, Bhairava means he whose light of consciousness joined with his power of activity comprehends the entire universe is his self. How fascinating. And again, I love the fact that a lot of these ancient Indian scriptures are still around, because imagine. And I know that I'm almost positive that the Kabbalah has a similar breakdown in the way that God's name is broken down in the various letters and what they mean. Eventually, I'll get to that. But just so you guys understand, like when it comes to these languages, and especially these old scriptures, just the very name of something itself. Like I've been saying Bhairava this whole time, without realizing that the word itself is contemplative of this sentence. And I'll read it again. Quote, he whose light of consciousness joined with his power of activity comprehends the entire universe is his self. Pretty cool stuff. In Paratramiska Abhinavagutta, another interpretation of Bhairava vis-a-vis is, quote, the Bhairava is one who supports and protects the cosmos and constantly sounds the great mantra of I, Aham. And interestingly enough, the image of Shiva dancing on the ignorant dwarf surrounded by the ring of fire, he's repeating, who am I, or what am I think it is, one of those two. Interesting. In Tantra Loka, the Abhinavagutta gives many interpretations of Bhairava, of which the main ones are the following 3. 1. He supports the cosmos inasmuch as he makes it appear on himself as substratum and maintains it, and also appears in the form of the cosmos. This interpretation is based on the root of Bhr, B-H-R, which means both Dharana and Posana, i.e. support and maintenance. Number 2, he constantly sounds the great mantra of I. Number 3, he offers intrepidity to those who are terrified by the cycle of He offers intrepidity to those who are terrified by the cycle of transmigratory existence. Samsara, basically. So, the wheel of reincarnation. Each letter of Bhairava is symbolic of his 3 main activities. Ba is symbolic of Bharana, the maintenance of the universe. Ra is symbolic of Ravana, the withdrawal of the universe. And Va is symbolic of Vamana, or projection of the universe. Isn't it interesting? Everyone considers Vamana as these big flying ships, right? Interesting. And also interesting is Ra, being one of the Egyptian gods. Interestingly, I'm going to have to go back and take a look at his aspect, but wouldn't it be interesting to find out that has the similar idea? I pretty much kind of know that it does, but eventually we'll get to that, guys. The two adjectives of bhairava vis-a-vis sarvad, bestower of all, and vyapaka, all pervasive, are also connected by implication with two letters of bhairava vis-a-vis ra and va. Ra is symbolic of the root ra, which means to give, to grant, to bestow. He is called sarvada because he bestows everything. Va is symbolic of va, which means to be diffused. Bhairava is called vyapaka because of the diffusion of his presence everywhere. Interesting. You see, that's what I'm saying, right? So Ra, considered to be the sun god, is diffusion of his presence everywhere. Am I not incorrect by that? I think that is true. It should be borne in mind that the word uchara in the verse does not mean mechanical repetition of the word bhairava. Uchara in this context denotes the sounding of the interior pranasakti, which is the representation of samvid or consciousness. This pranasakti rises from the heart center and through the Sushumna reaches the Devadasanta or Brahmahandra, where it is united with Prakasha or Bhairava. So your crown chakra. Dharana 106, verse 131. On the occasion of the assertion, I am, this is mine, etc., unquote, the thought goes to that which does not depend on any support. Under the impulsion of the contemplation of that tat, one attains abiding peace. Notes: the niradhara or supportless purnaham is the absolute I, which is nirvikalpa, above all thought constructs. Even when a man considers the pseudo-I to be the self, there is present behind the pseudo-I the absolute I, the nirvikalpa, or the thoughtless, or the thought-free self, which is ever-present consciousness, bliss both in the ignorant and the wise. So when a man asserts the pseudo-I to be the self, his mind subconsciously reflects the real, the absolute, the thought-free I, which is eternally vibrating in him behind his psycho-physical I. The present dharana extorts the aspirant to lay hold of that absolute thought-free I, and then, by the creative contemplation, which is called bhavana, of that thought-free I, his savikalpaka mind will ultimately be absorbed in nirvikalpa state, and thus be attained abiding peace, nirvikalpa state being the thought-free mind. The word dhyana, meditation, in this context is equivalent to bhavana, contemplation. This dharana is therefore saktopaya. By saktopaya, Suddha Vikalpa ultimately ends in the Nirvikalpa, which is the essential nature of Bhairava. That tat, the tat, which is that in Tadhyana refers to Niradhara. This dharana advises the aspirant to lay hold of the Niradhana and contemplate over that tat as his real self. Which is the divine consciousness, if I'm not mistaken. It's one of the three aspects of the Trinity. Surely this contemplation will also be a vikalpa, dichotomizing thought, but it will be a Suddha vikalpa, pure vikalpa, which by sakta bhavana will ultimately end in nirvikalpa. In Chantraloka 1, verses 214 to 215, Abhivanagupta points out how by sakta upaya, savikalpa is finally transformed to nirvikalpa. Quote, the consciousness of the empirical individual is limited to buddhi, your body, manas, your mind, and amkara, your ego. Though this functions in thought forms in the manner of maya, which is delusive illusion, whose main characteristic is the making of differentiation, yet in reality is also inspired by will, etc. If the limited ego of the empirical individual, the kriti abhimana, adopts a vikalpa or thought functions of manas, like the following, quote, I am present everywhere, everything is in me, unquote, then by constant pervasive determination, function of buddhi, this vikalpa, thought dominated by maya, ultimately ends in nirvikalpa, thought-free intuitive apprehension. So essentially, they're saying that, if you can take these kind of physical nirvikalpa kind of systems where the things that you think become who you are, then if you start to think differently, like I am present everywhere and everything is in me, then the change does happen. And I can tell you for sure, out of my own personal experience, that is 100% true. Dharana 107, verses 132. Eternal, omnipresent, without depending on any support, all-pervasive, Lord of all that is, Meditating every instant on these words in conformity with their sense, one attains his object, i.e., has fulfillment. Notes. By constantly pondering over the implications of these words, the mind of the aspirant becomes chock full of essential reality of Shiva, or Christ consciousness. The comprehending perfectly the sense of Nitya in Vibhu, the aspirant comes to realize that the essential nature of Bhairava and also of his essential self transcends time, and by meditating on the significance of Vyapaka, he realizes that it transcends space also. Meditating on Nirodhara, he realizes that the nature of Bhairava and so also his essential self is nirvikalpa, i.e., transcendent to thought. So, by meditating on these characteristics of Shiva, he has self-realization. Thus, he becomes Kritartha. His aim in life is fulfilled, for knowledge of self is the highest aim one can entertain. Dharana 108, verses 133, getting close to the end here. Verses 133 and verses 134. This whole universe is without any essential reality, like a magical spectacle. What is the reality of a magical spectacle? If one is fully convinced of the non-essentiality of the universe in this way, he attains to peace. In verse 134, in this unchangeable self, how can there be knowledge or activity? All external objects are dependent on knowledge. Therefore, this world is void. Notes on verses 133 and 134. Both the above verses refer to the unreality of the world. The first one says the world is like a magic show, therefore it has no reality. The second one teaches the unreality of the world on the basis of non-knowledge and non-activity. The self is one mass of consciousness without any division or differentiation. There can be no change in it. Both knowledge and activity are a kind of change. Therefore, knowledge and activity can not be possibly in self. All external objects of the world are dependent on knowledge and activity. As knowledge and activity are unreal, so the world that is dependent on these is also unreal, mere void. By contemplating in the above ways, one acquires peace. It has to be borne in mind that the knowledge and activity mentioned in this verse refer to the knowledge and activity of the limited, empirical individual whose knowledge and activity are permeated by a sense of difference, and pertain to the world full of changes. In the essential self, there is absolutely no change or difference. Therefore, the knowledge and activity of the empirical individual belongs only to the psychophysical self, not to the essential self. The knowledge and activity, jnana and kriya, which are the characteristics of the essential self, are saktis, jnana sakti and kriya sakti, by which alone there can be any knowledge or activity. Secondly, they are not dependent on the Antakarana, buddhi, manas, and kara, which is body, mind, and ego, and the janendriyas and karmendriyas, organs of sense and action, just as the knowledge and activity of the empirical individual are. Thirdly, they are not prompted by any sense of difference. And so they're just pointing out that, your mind, your body, your mind, and your ego, along with your 5 sense organs of touch, smell, etc., are really the knowledge, and activity of your empirical individual, your physical empirical individual. And by breaking through that, those things are not the things that actually give you your aspect of what your actual reality is within the universe itself, and what the universe is in of itself. This is kind of like the big differentiation between your physical world and your spiritual world, which is why when you break through, it's called a rebirth, which is why people are called twice born in a lot of these religions, because you are twice born. You have left everything, all your vikalpas, your thought constructs behind, and have come to the realization and changed everything in your life in the process of it. And to be a completely different person and to view the world in a completely different way. And it is something. It is quite something. So let's see here. Dharana 110 verses 135. There is neither bondage nor liberation for me. These bondage and liberation are only bogies for those who are terrified on account of the ignorance of their essential nature. This, the universe, appears as a reflection of buddhi, the intellect, like the image of the sun in water. Notes. The self is pure consciousness. It is not limited by space and time. The question of bondage or liberation can only arise in the case of an entity that is limited by space and time. Good point. Just as the image of the sun appears inverted in the water, even so it is the limited buddhi in which the self is reflected that poses as the self and considers itself bound or liberated. Both bondage and liberation are the imaginative constructs of buddhi. Self, which is pure consciousness, transcends these imaginative constructs. Abhimanabhupta throws a flood of light on this question in this book that he wrote that has a long title. Quote, in his light of consciousness, the Lord makes in the objective world created by himself, buddhi, etc., function as subject, i.e., as the substratum of the pseudo-I consciousness, because they can function as limited subjects. So they're talking about the body here, buddhi. And Abhinavagupta's gloss on this karika runs as follows, quote, the highest Lord resting within his own self, in the luminous mirror of his self manifests within himself by the power of his perfect freedom. The objective aspect of the world, which is limited in its nature, in the midst of this creation, there are the objects such as prana, buddhi, body, etc. They are objects and are to be referred to as this, but they can appropriately function as subjects in relation to objects which are separate from them. Therefore, as they cannot completely cast off objectivity, so they shine as illumined with assumed and imperfect self-consciousness, as, quote, I am Devarata, unquote, I am Kaitra, etc. When the aspirant is fully convinced that the question of bondage or liberation arises only for the psychophysical self, not for the metaphysical self, he rises above the vikalpas of the psychophysical self and is immersed in the nature of bhairava, or Christ consciousness. According to Swami Lakshmanaju, Jivasya, or of the empirical subject in place of the Bhitasya, is a better reading, because bondage and liberation are bogies for all empirical subjects. This, so Dharana 111, verse 136, all contact with pleasure and pain is through the senses. Knowing this, one should detach oneself from the senses, and withdrawing within should abide in his essential self. Notes, all pleasure, pain, etc., derived through the senses are not the characteristics of the Siddhatma, the essential empirical self, but only of the empirical, psychophysical, complex, miscalled self. When one is centered in his essential self, one automatically gets freed from the premonitory demands of the senses. The previous dharana teaches that it is necessary to rise above the activity of the buddhi, the intellect, and to be poised in one's essential self. The dharana mentioned in the present verse teaches that it is necessary to detach oneself from the activity of the senses also, which leads us on towards the pleasures of the external world. It is to be effected principally through Sakti Sankocha, which has been defined in the following words of the quote, Sakti Sankocha consists in the turning in towards the self by the process of withdrawal of that consciousness which is spreading externally through the doors of the senses, parentheses, toward the objects, close parentheses. Sakti Sankocha is a technique of introversion or interiorization. By this practice, one becomes svastha, i.e. poised in oneself, and the attractions of the world do not trouble him any longer. He is freed from the opposites of pleasure and pain, and abides in the essential self, which is the nature of bhairava. In the words of Yoga Vasistha, quote, on the luminous emergence of Chit, the spiritual consciousness, the essential self, the wayward activities of the manas, buddhis, and the sense come to an end. Dharana 112, verse 137, translation. All things are revealed by jnana, i.e. the knowledge or self, and the self is revealed by all things. By reason of their nature being the same, one should contemplate on the knower and the known as one and the same. Notes, all things are manifested by knowledge, jnana. In this knowledge, or jnana, stands for the janata, or the knower. So the verse means to say that all the things known, jnana, are revealed by the jnana, or the knower, the janata. And the knower, or atma, is revealed by the known. Now, this is very similar to the way quantum physics works, where things don't exist as a physical property unless they're being observed. I know some people don't believe and think that quantum physics is a real science, but I digress. As this other person puts it, quote, "Oh, dear one, so long as there are no knowers, selves, subjects, how can there be the known object?" Good question. The known and the knower are really the same principle. Therefore, there is nothing which is inherently impure or insentient, unquote. When the aspirant seriously and earnestly contemplates over this fact, he is implanted in the nature of Bhairava. Sivopadhyaya quotes another verse to reinforce the significance of the present dharana. Quote, "All manifestation is not separate from the light of consciousness. The light of consciousness is never separate from I consciousness. The I consciousness is nothing else than self, and the self is simply sit or pure consciousness. Thus, contemplating over the fact that the subject, object, and chit constitute the same reality, one attains to the nature of Bhairava. This is Saktopaya. According to Swami Lakshmanaju, there is another reading of this verse prevalent in the Saiva tradition. Quote, in the world, jnana, or knowledge, reveals things, and the self is the source of all revelation. Since there is no difference between the self and jnana knowledge, and the jnani, knower or self, it is revealed in the jnana knowledge. Now, there's been a couple of references in this book, which I've kind of just not said anything about, but eventually we're going to get into the final book of the New Testament, which is Revelations. And when I do, I don't think you guys will look at that book the same again. You definitely won't think of it as the end of the world kind of book anymore, because I don't think that that's really what it was ever about. And eventually we'll get there, but before we do, we're going to learn a lot more of the kind of knowledge and information we need in order to be able to understand what that book's really trying to say. So, conclusions of the Dharanas, verse 138. O dear one, with the ideating mind, manas, and the ascertaining intellect, buddhi, the vital energy, panasakti, and the limited empirical eye, this set of four dissolves, then the previously described tat state of Bhairava appears. And tat in the Sanskrit is like, the highest. So let's see here. Notes the pariksinam, or the dissolution of manas, buddhis, etc., means that they are transformed and appear in the words of Sivopadhyaya as delightful aspects of the pure universal consciousness. This verse sums up the entire cosmic process. And I lost my mouse. There we go. Come on. There we go. There is first gradual nimesha, or evolution, of the universal dynamic consciousness, chitti, into inconscient matter. This is the arc of descent of Oroha. Chitti assumes four forms for appearing as limited individual life, vis-a-vis chitana, ascertaining intellect, buddhi, 2, manas, ideating mind, number 3, pranasakti, or vital energy, which keeps the body and the mental faculties in proper form, and number 4, the ego, or the empirical self, designated as atma in the present verse. All these, which form the inner life of the individual, are usually summed up under the words chitta, the individual consciousness. Kasimaraja maintains very clearly in his Sutra 5 of the Pratyabhijarahadhyam that, quote, chitta, universal consciousness, itself descending from the state of chitana, uncontracted conscious stage, becomes, siddhi, chitti, universal consciousness itself descends from the state of chitana, uncontracted conscious state, and becomes chitta, individual consciousness, inasmuch as it becomes contracted with sankochini, in conformity with the objects of consciousness. Gradual unmesha, or evolution, begins from the stage of the animal. Here life is mostly extroverted. There is only slight development of mind. Life at the human stage is on the arc of ascent. Man alone is given the opportunity of mounting to the summit of the spiritual life, provided he is preparing to surrender his ego. The trick of philosophy proclaims that chitta, individual consciousness, can be transformed into siddhi, universal consciousness. This guy says that the siddhameva, this long term here, which is, quote, chitta itself, by inward movement, becomes siddhi by rising to the status of Chaitanya, which would be eventually Chaitanya, as you can see, right? Chitta, siddhi, chitta, Chaitanya, and then it's Chaitanya when they're above all those things, which is otherwise known as Christ consciousness as well. The status of Chaitanya is the nature of bhairava, which is our own essential self. It is for this consummation that the various dharanas have been recommended in the Vijiiana bhairava, when the aspirant has reached a stage where he fully realizes that buddhi, manas, and prana, the ego are only formations of maya for carrying on the individual life, that there are only the instruments of self and do not constitute his essential self. Then he is poised in his essential self, which is the nature of bhairava. Then these instruments reflect the life of the spirit and can no longer hamper its expression. Verses 139 and 140, translation. O goddess, I have described 112 dharanas, yogic practices, in which there can be no surge in the mind. Knowing them, one can be a perfect Gnostic person. 139. If one is established, even in one of these practices, he will become bhairava in himself. He can affect anything by word alone. He will have the power to confer benediction or malediction. And doesn't that sound like the character of Christ? You know, he attained to such a high state of spirituality that he did just that, didn't he? Pardon me while I take a quick drink. Okay, notes. The nistaranga, without any surge in the mind, i.e. in which the mind becomes nirvikalpa, freed of all thought constructs. Jayaratha, in his Viveka commentary, explains it's resting in one's essential self, full of peace. Number 2, since he becomes identified with Siva, the source of all power, he can affect anything he desires. Dharanas, the 112 dharanas have been described in order that the aspirant may choose any according to his capacity. Bhairava says that even if one dharana is properly understood and practiced by the aspirant, he will establish in his essential self and will attain perfect peace. Now this is a really great point right here, okay? This whole part, this whole section, this is very important because one does not have to sit here and do all 112 things. And there's a video, and you can probably find this one pretty easy. Then again, I can't remember the title of it. It's another video done by a follower of Siva, which is Sadhguru on YouTube. He does a video where he talks about Buddha and how Buddha attained enlightenment by using just one of these 112 ways of yoga. And so just so you understand, this is a pretty substantial kind of system that gives an aspirant, i.e. any one of us, any one of you, a choice on what to sort of work on. And in essence, that's a really awesome thing because they're all essentially leading you to the exact same place. And because they're a system of meditation and yoga, which essentially means union, right? You can just basically understand if you're a Christian or you're Islamic or you're of other religions, and you're sort of kind of away with it, but you kind of still have that feeling of that spiritual longing. I mean, all one has to do is replace God with Shiva and maybe or Jesus or whatever else. It's going to take you to the same place. And one of the things is that when I get into the more documentary style presentations, I'm going to show you guys how many just unbelievable connections there are between the Shaiva, especially the Shaivism coming from Kashmir, and some of these Christian and Gnostic ideas are. I mean, they are so similar. It is unbelievable. But I wanted to give this because this is way more thought out than a lot of the Gnostic texts are. So let's see here. Verses 141 and 144. O goddess, the aspirant who has become efficient in any one of the above dharanas gains freedom from old age and mortality and becomes endowed with anima and other powers. He becomes the darling of the yoginis and the master of all milapakas. He is liberated even when living and carrying on all the activities of life. He is not affected by them. And that liberating while living means Jivan Mukta, by the way. The goddess said, quote, "Great Lord, if such is the nature of the supreme Sakti, then in the admittingly established rules of spiritual life, who would be invoked in recitation and what will be the recitation? Who, O great Lord, would be meditated on and who would be worshipped? Who is to be gratified? To whom is oblation to be offered? For whom is sacrifice to be performed? And how is it to be accomplished?" Bhairava says in reply, "O gazelle-eyed one, this practice referred to by you is exterior and pertains only to gross forms." Notes: 1. Anima and other supernormal powers are the following. Subsection 1. Anima, the power of becoming as small as an atom. 2. Laghima, the power of assuming excessive lightness. Mahima, the power of increasing the size. 4. Prapti, the power of obtaining everything. 5. Prakamya, the power of fulfilling one's desires without any resistance, irresistible will. 6. Vasitva, the power of bringing all elements and material objects into subjection. 7. Isvitra, the power of producing and destroying the elements and material objects. And 8. Yatrakamavasayitva, the power of fulfilling all resolves. That's the end of the subsection. And then another section, number 2, darling of the yoginis. One sense of this expression is that he becomes the master of the Saktis, powers like Jnana, knowledge, Kriya, activities, and Ananda, bliss. According to the Kaula tradition, there is another sense of the yoginis. A male practitioner of yoga was known as Vira or Siddha, and a female one was known as yogini. From this point of view, the sense of the above would be, quote, "he becomes the favorite of the yoginis," unquote. Number 3, the Melapakas, the word Melapaka means uniting, conjunction. In this context, Ananbadatta interprets it as one who has risen above all the distinctions of the knower and the known, etc., and has thus acquired the nature of Bhairava. According to the Koala tradition, Malapaka means the gathering or union of the Siddhas and the yoginis. Number 4, the question of Bhairava, who is, quote, "who is Paradevi, or the highest Sakti power of the divine?" unquote. The answer that Bhairava has given is that Paradevi is only the Sakti or nature of Bhairava, that everything in the universe is only an expression of that nature, and that out of the 112 dharanas described, if anyone masters even one dharana, he would attain that divine nature. Bhairavi now puts a further question, quote, "if everything in the universe is only an expression of the divine, and if the aspirant, by practicing to perfection any one of the dharanas, becomes divine, then what becomes of the distinction between the devotee and the object of the devotion, which is an established tenet and fully accepted by religion?" The answer to this question of the Devi is found in the next verse, verse 145. Translation: that creative contemplation which is practiced on the highest reality over and over again in this scripture, japa, recitation in reality, that which goes on sounding spontaneous inside in the form of mantra, mystic formula, is what the japa is about. Notes. Number 1, parabhave, the highest reality, referred to in this verse is the absolute I consciousness. The import of this I consciousness is beautifully expressed in the following verse in the JAIDEVA. Quote, "resting of all objective experience within the self is what is meant by I feeling. This resting within the self is called autonomy of will, primordial doership, and universal sovereignty because of the cancellation of all relational consciousness and dependence on anything outside oneself." Number 2, japa is not the muttering of some sacred formula. Japa, in its real sense, is the bhavana, or contemplation of one's essential self. Kasamaraja, in his commentary on the Shiva Sutras, puts the idea of japa beautifully in the following words. Quote, "Japa consists in the repetition of constant contemplation on the deity that is one's own essential self. In that constant connection, he quotes the present verse of Vijiiana bhairava, which is japa freed of all ideas of ends. I don't know. I think they must have misspelled this. I don't know. Of ends and non-ends is the constant contemplation of Saiva's nature. Jayartha commenting on this verse, says, quote, constant mindfulness of the nature of Shiva, which is paravak, of self, is japa. The essence, and japa kind of means, kind of sacrifice also in a way. The essence of this consists in the mindfulness of reality which shines in between both bhava ends and the abhava non-ends. Immediately after this, Jairatha also quotes the present verse in the Vijiiana bhairava. Number 3, japa, recitation, consists in the repetition of mantra. What is the mantra here? The second half of the verse clarifies what the mantra is. It is the Savaya Mananda, i.e., it is the mantra Soham, I am Shiva, which the inward pranasakti ceaselessly goes on sounding by itself in every living creature. It is this automatic mantra which has to be contemplated on, and it is this that is the real japa. And it is interesting, y'all, that the one of the ancient cities of Phoenicia is called Joppa. It's spelled differently, but the sounding of the word is almost identical. Anyways, continuing, verse 146, translation, unswerving buddhi, intellect, without any image or support constitutes meditation. Concentration on imaginative representation of the divine with the body, eyes, mouth, hands, etc. is not meditation. Notes. Number 1, buddhi is the immediate and determinative aspect of consciousness. Number 2, without any image means without an idol or a yantra, a diagram, etc. Number 3, and here we go with the idea of no idols, right? Nirasriya, or without support, means without the help of a particular spot to meditate on, such as a center, or the Mulahadra, or Nabi, the navel, etc. Abhinavagupta has defined dhyana, meditation, in a similar strain in the Tantraloka 1. Jairatha, in his commentary on the says the object of meditation is Siva, who is the supreme source of all manifestation and who is to be meditated on as non-different from one's own essential self. This is what is meant by dhyana or meditation in this system. Immediately after the above comment, Jairatha quotes the present verse of the Vijiiana bhairava. And here we go, verse 147. Worship does not mean offering of flowers, etc. It rather consists in setting one's heart on that highest ether of consciousness which is above all thought constructs. Yes. It really means dissolution of self with perfect ardor in the supreme consciousness known as bhairava. Notes, etc. includes burning of incense, lighting a candle, blowing of conch, and other gross forms of worship. 2. The highest ether or consciousness means Vijnana, or the supreme spiritual consciousness, which is bhairava. In the same strain, Abhinavagupta gives an excellent description of the words in the following verse in Tantraloka. Jairatha elucidates this beautiful verse in the following words, quote, worship consists in the unification of the different streams of sense experience like form, color, savor, etc. with infinite, ananta, free, savatantra, immaculate, vimala, consciousness of bhairava, which is above the limitation of space, time, etc. Entirely unconditioned, perfect, and highest consciousness. Immediately after the above comment, Jairatha quotes the present verse of the Vijiiana bhairava. And here's the verse, 148. By being established in even one of the yogas described here, the plenitude of spiritual consciousness that goes on developing day after day until it reaches its highest perfection is known here as tripti, satisfaction. Indeed. This means the attainment of, number 1, this means the attainment of essential nature of self. Number 2, the highest perfection is the attainment of Vijnana, the supreme spiritual consciousness, which is bhairava. Here means, quote, in this yogic tradition, unquote. Verse 149, when the fire of supreme reality, i.e. bhairava, is in which even the highest void is dissolved, the 5 elements, the senses, the objects of the senses, along with the mind, whose characteristic dichotomizing thought constructs are poured with katana as the ladle, then that is real oblation, homa. I like that. Note, the 3 things are required in a sacrificial oblation. Fire, substances that are poured into the fire, and a ladle which the substances are to be poured are placed. In a real spiritual homa, the supreme reality or bhairava is the fire. It is into this fire that the body constituted by the five elements, the senses, the objects of the senses, together with the manas, i.e., all that constitutes the empirical personality, is to be poured and sanctified. Katana functioned as the ladle. The word katana is untranslatable. It is intermediate between siddhi, the supreme universal consciousness, and chitta, the individual empirical mind. Okay, I just want to point out something here, guys. I did not know that until I just read this, okay? However, I intuitively understood that when I mentioned this earlier on in the video. It just seemed that makes sense because I understood what the word Chaitanya means, which is definitely a mixture between these two words. So here you go. How interesting. All right, so I'll go back. Katana functions as the ladle. The word katana is untranslatable. It is intermediate between siddhi and the supreme universal consciousness and chitta, the individual empirical mind. The katana is the intuitive consciousness which serves as a anusandantri, that which leads and unites the chitta with the siddhi. There is another reading in place of the vis-a-vis katana adopted by Kamasaraja, which means katana functions as the ladle. There is no difference between the meaning between the two readings. Okay, thank you. 150 to 151. I thought we were getting close. Translation: O Supreme Goddess, sacrifice in this system simply means spiritual satisfaction characterized by bliss. O Parvati, the absorption into the Sakti of Rudras is alone real kshetra, place or pilgrimage. And the kshetra is, as we are going to find out what that word really means, because in the Bhagavad Gita, the Kurukshetra war is using this word here, place of pilgrimage, but the Kuru part of it represents the body. And so the war in the Bhagavad Gita, the actual word Kurukshetra war actually means your body as being a place of pilgrimage. And so the war has to do with your mind and your ego, the spiritual reality versus the materialistic reality. That's what that entire book is all about. All the characters are all meant to represent something else. And that's going to be the next book that I'm going to be reading, is going to be the full line-by-line commentary by Paramahamsa Yogananda, which is just one of the most incredible books I have read in a long time. So I think you guys will really enjoy that, and hopefully I won't get in trouble for reading it. Anyways, continuing. This constitutes the highest contemplation. Otherwise, in the case of the non-dual reality, how can there be any worship, and who is it that is to be gratified? Notes. All the rituals of the ordinary religious life are interpreted in the Vijiiana bhairava as a higher spiritual sense. Japa, recitation of mantras, has been interpreted as contemplation on the highest reality in verse 145. Dhyana, meditation, has been interpreted as unswerving buddhi without the aid of any image or support. Puja, worship, has been interpreted as firm of fixation of the mind on the Mahavyoma, highest reality, in verse 147. Tripti has been interpreted as a plenitude of spiritual consciousness in verse 148. Homa, oblation, has been interpreted as a pouring of senses together with their objects in the fire of supreme reality, i.e. bhairava, in verse 149. Now in verses 150 and 151, yaga, or sacrifice, has been interpreted as the bliss of spiritual satisfaction. Kshetra, or place or pilgrimage, has interpreted in a higher sense. The word kshetra is composed of two letters, ksha and tra. Ksha symbolizes kshapana, or destruction of all sins by absorption in the Sakti of the Rudras, known as anasrita, or Sakti. And tra symbolizes trana, or the protection, inasmuch as one who immerses himself in this Sakti receives her protection. Verse 152, translation: the essence of self consists universally in autonomy, bliss, and consciousness. One's absorption in that essence is said to be real bath. Is said to be bath? Okay. Notes: bath is considered to be an important purification step in every ritual. Oh, okay. Bhairava says that the usual physical bath does not lead to real purification. It is a spiritual bath, which consists in a plunge in the essential self characterized by autonomy, bliss, and consciousness that alone can lead to real purification. Interestingly enough, This is represented in the baptism of Jesus by John the Baptist, where he says that one will come that will not baptize you with water, but with fire, right? How very fascinatingly connective that is. Abhidharma Gupta expresses this mystic path beautifully in the following lines in Tantraloka. Also, that's the whole idea too behind the baptism, right? He was baptized. He was cleaned. Again, the ritual of cleansing oneself is just an idea of cleansing one's spirit. But if you're not cleansing one's spirit at the same time as cleansing oneself, then what's the point? And there's also an interesting yogic aphorism where it says something to the effect of, you can leave all your demons on the shore and go purify yourself in the Ganges, but as soon as you get out and walk, all your demons are there waiting in the woods to rejoin you. Unless, of course, you're purifying yourself spiritually, right? So, continuing, he expresses this mystic path beautifully in the following lines in the Tantraloka. Quote, the intuitive perception of reality, jnana, that flashes forth by its light is like fire. Both the objective and subjective spheres of experience are like fuel. When this fuel of the objective and subjective spheres of experience is burnt completely by the fire of jnana, reality, and the perception of the essential self results in the form of white ashes, then an immersion of the limited empirical self in that essential self is alone said to be the real bath. Verse 153, translations, the offerings with which worship is done, the objects with which highest reality, para, together with its highest sakti, para, is sought to be satisfied, and the worshippers are all really speaking one and the same. Whence then this worship? Notes. Number 1, offerings like flour, incense, etc. 2, objects like milk, honey, sweets. Number 3, there is only one non-dual reality. Flour, honey, and the worshipper who worships with these are non-different from Bhairava who is worshipped. When all are one and the same reality, what is the sense of this so-called worship? This is exactly what I was talking about with Carl Jung's whole section on sacrifice in the Mass. This is identically the exact same idea. Verse 154. Prana, or the breath of exhalation, goes out, and the breath of inhalation, jiva, enters in a curvilinear form. They do so of their own accord. Ichaya, the great goddess, Pranasakti or Kundalini, stretches up Durgatma. Being both transcendent and immanent, she is the most excellent place of pilgrimage. As Kalata puts it in Prak Samvit Prana Parinata, in all living creatures the divine consciousness is at first converted into prana. This is known as Pranasakti. Its two main forms in all living beings are known as prana and apana. Prana is the breath of exhalation, and apana is that of inhalation. In the Saivagama, the letter Ha is a symbol of Pranasakti. In the Sarada script of Kashmir, the letter Ha is written in a curvilinear fashion. Both prana and apana move in all living beings in a curvilinear way. That is why prana and apana have been designated as the kuti lakri, or curvilinear form in the verse. The letter Ha, which is written in a curvilinear fashion, therefore very correctly represents Pranasakti. The apana breath, inhalation, has been very significantly denominated as jiva, life. Apana, or inhalation, is the breath that turns inside after the prana, or exhalation. If apana, or the breath of inhalation, does not return, the living being is bound to die. The word ichaya in the verse has been used to signify the fact that prana and apana move out and move in a curved way of their own accord. This kind of movement is automatic, natural. Pranasakti lies in 3.5 folds around the center Muladhara, your base chakra, in a curved way like a sleeping snake. In this form it is known as Kundalini. When it lies in a dormant way, the Kundalini Sakti is known as Apara. It's simply immanent in life, not yet active. So long as Kundalini is Apara, there is always a sense of difference. Apana, or the breath of inhalation that enters the center inside, produces the sound Ha automatically. And the breath of exhalation that goes out to Devadasanta produces the sound Sa automatically. At their conjunction in the center of Anusvara on Ha is also added automatically. Thus, this mantra, Hamsa goes on sounding in every round of prana and apana in every living being. So Hamsa being the representation of breathing in and breathing out, obviously. This is known as the Ajapa Japa, a recitation that goes on automatically in every living being without effort on the part of anyone. This mantra means I am he, i.e., I am Siva. When this automatic mantra is consciously and repeated, contemplated on by the aspirant, it automatically becomes Soham, that I am. By constant contemplation of this mantra, Kundalini rises and stretches upward, i.e., is elongated. That is why she is called Durgatma, elongated. Traversing through the intermediate centers, she enters the Brahmahandra, and then arises unity consciousness in the aspirant. In this condition, she is known as the Para, the highest and most excellent, the transcendent. And I'm sure you guys have picked it up. Para means highest, most excellent, most transcendent. So, anytime you see that, that's what it means before a name. Since she is both transcendent and immanent, she is called Parapara because she inheres in the supreme consciousness and also carries on life of the world, consisting of pramata, subject, and prameya, object, and pramana, the cognitive relation between the two. Therefore, she was rightly called Parapara, because she is the Sakti of the Mahadeva, Shiva, the great Lord. Therefore, she is known as the Mahadevi, the great goddess. She is called Parakshetram, the holy most place of pilgrimage, because she destroys all the sins of the seeker, Kasapanat, and because she protects all the Tranat. It is this mystic holy place that the seeker must resort to, and not geographical places like Kurukshetra or Benares. So, but basically what they're telling you is that it's pointless to do these spiritual pilgrimage, because the spiritual pilgrimage is inside of you, right? The kingdom of heaven is inside of you. Here we go. So verses 155, and I hope this is going to end soon because I'm getting starving. Translation: in that great goddess there is the great joy of the conjunction of Sa and Ha, i.e. the mantra Soham, which is like yajna or sacrifice, of vimarsa or I consciousness. Pursuing it and resting in it, i.e. the joy of the mantra, one becomes identified with the great goddess, and thus through her one attains bhairava. Notes: this verse only completes the sense of the previous one. The importance of the Hamsa or Soham mantra has already been discussed in the notes on the previous verse, but by consistent contemplation of this mantra, one becomes identified with the goddess Kundalini, and thus through her one attains the nature of bhairava. So, in other words, if one, by using the power of the Holy Spirit, one can attain, the nature of Christhood. Verses 155, repeated 156. Translation: the breath is exhaled with the sound of Sa and then inhaled with the sound of Ha. Thus, the empirical individual always recites this mantra Hamsa. Throughout the day and night, he, the empirical individual, recites the mantra 21,600 times. Such a japa, recitation, of the goddess is mentioned, which is quite easy to accomplish. It is only difficult for the ignorant. Notes: the present verse 155 is not printed in the edition of the Vijiiana bhairava published in the Kashmir series of text studies, but this has been quoted by Kesamaraja in his commentary on the Siva Sutras. This is definitely required, for without it the sense is incomplete. Therefore, without disturbing the arrangement of the number of verses as given in the available edition of the Vijiiana bhairava, the verse is quoted by Kesamaraja as being given above. In verses number 156, the reading of the last line as adopted in the available edition of the Vijiiana bhairava is as follows: Pranasyanti. In this edition, it is the reading of Kesamaraja that has been adopted. The mantra Hamsa is repeated by every individual automatically in every round of expiration and inspiration, as the verse 155 clearly says. Quote: the incoming breath produces the sound Ha, and the outgoing breath produces the sound Sa, spontaneously. It is recited automatically in a natural way without anyone's conscious recitation. Hence, it is called Ajapa, automatic recitation. It is also known as Hamsa mantra. The Ha of this mantra represents Sakti, and the Sa represents Siva. In the Hamsa represents the living individual, jiva. This is known as Trika mantra, also as it includes in itself the three realities of Siva, Sakti, and Nara, or jiva. So, God, Holy Spirit, Christhood. The aspirant has to concentrate on the junction point of Ha and Sa. One round of inspiration and expiration takes 4 seconds, so there is an automatic japa of Hamsa 15 times in a minute. In 1 hour, there are 15 by 60, 900 repetitions of this japa. In a full day, there are 21,600 repetitions of this japa. Kasemaraja quotes the verse number 156, and there are also he adopts the reading given here. He quoted the verse number 156 in connection with the following verse. Quote, the advanced aspirant always reposes in the prana hamsa, i.e. the prana sakti in the susumna, and thus realizes the highest reality. Because this prana is associated with the universal I, aham, which is the very quintessence of all the mantras, therefore it is known as the prana hamsa. The japa or recitation of Hamsa mantra is indicated for him, i.e. he who is absorbed in this mantra always sounds it automatically, gives both supernormal powers and liberation. If the readings pranasyante or sub whatever is adopted, the meaning would be, quote, on the occasion of the last breath, i.e. on the occasion of death, one's identification of himself with this ajapa japa is difficult, i.e. it is only the fortunate few who, owing to the excess of meritorious acts, are able to maintain their identification with ajapa japa at the last moment. Verses 156 to 160. O Goddess, I have explained to you this teaching which leads to the highest immortal state. This should never be revealed to any and everyone. Sorry, I guess I'm doing that. Particularly to those pupils who belong to another tradition, who are mischievous, cruel, and wanting in devotion to their spiritual teachers. On the contrary, this teaching should be imparted without the least hesitation to those whose minds are free from oscillating opinions, to viras, to magnanimous ones, and to those who are devoted to the line of spiritual teachers. So there you are, you guys. That's you. O Gazelled One, renouncing all these vis-a-vis one's village, kingdom, city, country, son, daughter, family, one should lay hold of this teaching. What is the good of the above evanescent things? This is the lasting treasure. And this line right here, O Gazelled One, renouncing all these vis-a-vis one's village, kingdom, city, country, son, daughter, family, one should lay hold of this teaching. This is extremely similar to the saying of Christ when he says, I have not come to bring peace, but to bring a sword to separate, you from your God, your country, your city, your family, that kind of thing. This is what it means. It has nothing to do with the physical thing. It has to do with your spiritual understanding, because all those things include absolute attachments. So keep that in mind. Notes, unworthy pupils may misuse these teachings so that these should not be imparted to them. Number 2, nirvikalpa, whatever, here does not mean, quote, whose minds are freed of all dichotomizing thought constructs, unquote. This is the highest stage. If they have already reached that stage, they do not require any teaching. The word vikalpa also means alteration, indecision, altering opinion. It is in this sense that the word has been used here. So here it means those who are free from oscillating opinions. 3, the word vira does not mean hero here. It means one who is self-controlled. According to Sivoparayaya, it means, quote, one who has cut asunder all doubts. Verses 161 and 162. Translation, even life may be renounced, but this teaching, which is like most excellent ambrosia, should not be imparted to undeserving ones. The goddess said, O great God, O God of all gods, O benefactor, I am fully satisfied. Today I have understood with certainty the quantities of Rudra Yamala Tantra, and also the heart of all the grades of Sakti. Notes, the Tantra that teaches the union of Sakti with Shiva, this is also the name of a book which teaches about the above union, but which is now lost to us. Oh, that's a shame. Tantra Loka, though, when I'm going to read that, that's probably pretty close. The grades of Sakti are 1, Para, highest, transcendent, undifferentiated, and number 2, Para, the intermediate, unity in diversity, and number 3, Apara, immanent, bringing about a sense of difference, which is our existence right here. Verse 163. Having said the above, the goddess who was steeped in delight embraced Shiva. Notes. Number 1, she was steeped in delight because all her doubts were resolved. Number 2, she was now established in her non-dual state. She became one with Shiva. Well, that's it. I'll give a couple of my own thoughts here, and we'll end this stream. This took a lot longer than I thought it would. Excuse me. So, a fascinating book. There's a website called like Meditation Made Easy or something like that. I'm going to make sure that I'm going to put a link, because I think this book, I lost the or at least the link that disappeared on it. So I'd love to give it to you, but I can't seem to find it on archive anymore. So I'll keep digging for that. But in the meantime, what I'll do is I'll put a link to the website, and the website lists all 112, and you click each one, and then in each one it brings you, and it opens up sort of a commentary on each one and how to kind of do it and what they mean and that whole thing. So any of you guys that are interested in kind of testing the waters, so to speak, of meditation, here is a lot of, there's 112 different versions of what you can do. So, hopefully this is a good stepping stone for you guys to sort of get on when it comes to meditation. And hopefully that'll be something that if you do get it started, don't give up. It's a tough thing to do. It's one of those things where it does take a lot of time and effort to make this happen. And it's really up to you, as this book constantly reminds you. So, keep on trying it. One of the nice things about meditation too is that it will bring you to a point that, it becomes easier. It becomes a lot easier. And that's something that, it becomes so easy, as a matter of fact, that you can be anywhere and just drop yourself into this kind of amazingly peaceful mindset. And I've meditated into deep meditations in the middle of a train before, surrounded by people. Completely lost myself in that train of thought, but also with all the noise and all the things going on, it's doable. It's absolutely doable. So, do what you guys can, and as far as it goes, I think the next book I'm going to be going through is going to be another Gita book, but this one is amazing. It is a line-by-line, the commentary on the entire Gita. It's a long book, so it's going to take me quite a few tries to read through the whole thing. But trust me when I say it's absolutely worth it, because the information that's in this book is so mind-blowing, and like I said earlier in this video, you may never look at another spiritual text like the Holy Bible again in the same way, because the way that Yogananda kind of writes things out and shows you the spiritual connection with all these things, it's hard. You'll be hard pressed to sort of look at the same things again. So, thanks again, guys, for joining me. I appreciate that. If you all liked this audiobook, please hit the like button. And much love to every one of you guys. Much love to getting started on your meditative stuff. And like I said, I'll be putting a link to all these, at least to the 112 types of yoga for the website, so that you guys can peruse it and take a look at it yourself. So, thank you for listening. Thank you for being a part of this, and I hope that these little methods can give you guys some benefit in your life. So, much love, and I will see you guys in the next video. Peace.